things up and running. Woo. Oh my gosh, the afternoon. Why must it be so hard sometimes? I don't know, I don't really care, 'cause I make it happen anyways. Everybody then, okay. Yeah, baby. Oh, baby. Hey, baby. Hit that like, hit that like, hit that like. Oh, yes. Hit the like. Hit the like. There. Hit that like, everybody. We're getting ready. We're so close. Yes. There it is. Everybody go. Hi, look at that. Lights are back to semi-normal. Everything looks kind of reasonably okay, I think. Yes, I was under the desk, Terry, I'll have you know. And by the way, hello, chat room. I was very upset that I couldn't see you earlier. My exterior space station is working. I think we'll just stick to a fade, though, for the rest of the show. That was just supposed to be for one transition, so you could see the outside of the spaceship that I'm currently in. But it's not supposed to be very high. Sexy Liberal this weekend was fantastic. Albuquerque killed it. Super fun. Great audience. And I can tell you how good an audience it was. So after we did Philly, Philly was lovely as well. I had a great time. But the club we were at was the Fillmore in Philly, the Philly Fillmore, and while I enjoyed it because it had a rock club kind of feel, it's a bit of a big concrete box, and that can be difficult. It's actually really good in terms of music. Can be a little weird in terms of stand-up because music you want to hear the band while you're up there, and then you want to hear the audience applaud and stuff in between. But as long as you know they're there, you can see whether they're dancing or not. But you can't, like, hearing them isn't quite as crucial. When you're doing stand-up, it's super crucial. And it was a very hollow sound, even with almost the same audience members in the same shape of the building in Philly. And I feel like it was because the upper deck was like 8 feet lower, or not even, maybe 4 feet lower than the like whatever than Albuquerque. Albuquerque, I feel like some difference in height created a better bounce back, and the audio there was way better. And so when we did Philly, Frangela was like, they kind of came off afterwards, even though they had a great set. And from our point of view, they sounded terrific and the audience sounded terrific. But when you're up on stage, couldn't really hear it as much. So they were like, that was really a lot of work for, considering what we, how well it felt like. Everybody seemed happy, but you couldn't feel it. That's what it was. Am I getting footage? Yes, I am. I'm collecting footage. So it is to come. Anyways, so basically almost the exact same environment when we went to Albuquerque, shape of the room wise, very big, cavernous rectangle. And yet somehow it sounded a lot better. And so everybody was like, you could bounce off the crowd's laughter a lot easier. And like I said, half the time it had nothing to do, like the Philly audience and the Albuquerque audience, both fantastic. But when you're on stage, we could hear them off stage, like I said, in Philly, but they couldn't. When you're on stage, you couldn't. And so was Bugs Bunny there? No, he took a left turn and he was not there. Like the vagina dialogues, yes, they're incredibly cavernous, absolutely. So anyways, it was just lovely, and the sound was a lot better. It took a little bit dialing in my guitar initially, and they had all these places have wired mics, which is really fascinating. I'm not necessarily against it. But I feel like the primary mic could be wireless and then the rest for panel could be wired. That's just my feeling on it. But every time we show up, it's wired mics, which is fine. There's great. I will say that there are different things you can do with wired mics versus wireless mics in terms of using them as a prop. And I can almost like, I can pick or choose certain jokes based on whether or not I'm gonna, whether it's wired or not. If I go up there like, oh, it's a wired mic, I'm like, okay, I can use these like 6 different jokes that I can't use when it's a wireless. What's up, Boston Brian? How you doing, brother? Big hug. Oh, hey, just checking in. I don't know if you guys have been keeping track. It kind of been floating by in the background that while Biden's stock market, and I'm going to call it that, the Biden stock market has hit 40K. It's like at 39.8 right now because people are taking their money. Look at me, man. Look at me fucking calling it. I just freeballed 39.806. God damn, I'm good. While it's been going up, Truth Social 8% in the last 5 days. In the last day, what do we got in the last day? Yeah, it's kind of down 4.98%. And this is, look at this jack-up when everybody was flooding it with money. So great. $50 a share. Can you imagine? Can you imagine paying $50 for that shit? Bag, bada, boom. Bag, bada, bag, boom.
Jella boom.
Jella boom.
Yeah.
Big Biden boom. Big
Bada boom.
Bag Biden boom. Big
Bada
Biden boom.
Bada
Bada bing boom.
Big
Big
boom.
Yeah,
boom.
big bada
Big
boom.
Biden
Bada
boom.
boom.
Big boom. Big bada boom.
All right. She's so cute in that movie. It's fucking brutal. Anyways. 48.38 is where it is right now. And let me just be abundantly clear. It ain't worth shit. It ain't worth shit. It's not worth anything. It's not actually worth anything. So, yeah. Believe me, it's gonna, the election, one of the best things is, like, he can't take money out without crashing it, so he's stuck watching it go down. Even other people can bail out of it without getting in trouble. He can't. It's so good. So Trump is stuck with this shit as it goes down towards the election. Closer he gets to the election, especially if he gets convicted, and then after the election, when it doesn't fucking matter anymore, contributing to it won't be a way of bailing him out. All the fucking foreign money that's buying into this shit. It's gone. Gone, 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 gone. So, yeah, there you go. Pretty good times. Oh, and I know this is bad news, too. Sorry, everybody, but... yeah, well, for Trump it is, anyways. The dollar's doing just fine. It's worth $1.04. The stock market's at like 40K, and the dollar is worth more than $1. What the fuck? Usually you choose between those two. Usually stock market up, dollar down, or dollar up, stock market down. They're both up. Because we're the only game in town. Because the dollar and the U.S. stock market are the only game in town. Because Joe Biden is looking to the future instead of just dicking around with, trying to cash out like a fucking renter like Donald Trump is. So thought I'd throw that in there as well. Because it's kind of aggravating for those folks. Now, before we go to tonight's programming, which... In a return to a classic version of the show, I take you to Dallas, Texas, to the full. And by the way, Boston Bride, did you do the NRA speech or did you do the Minneapolis speech or both? Just curious. I don't want to overlap too much. Let me know. So, but right before that happened, you did Minnesota? Okay, cool. So I'll do this one, and between the two of us, we have divided and conquered. But before we go straight to the actual speech, let's go visit. Let's get a little aperitif right before this is. Oh God, sorry, I shouldn't say aperitif or anything involving eating when I show this asshole, but. I've been working on this whole thing about descriptors versus definitions, and I think we've muddied up those words so much that we get offended over descriptors and we negate definitions that are just true for the sake of being true. It happens a lot. It's the war of jargon. It happens all the time in religious cults. We deal with it in MAGA and all stuff. And nothing they want to do will make America great at all, much less again. You get my point. So, but in my definition versus description, I was like, I need to find like an actual picture of a butthole and just go anus and then asshole. See the difference? One's a definition, the other is a description. Okay, so I think he'll do, or Trump, it won't matter. But there you go. So here we go. This is Mike Lindell on. He was live in Minnesota before the other speech. So there you go.
In front of this, you're in Minnesota right now. The president's heading there. Get us up to date. What's going on in Minnesota today?
Nothing.
Well, here I am outside the River Center, about 25 minutes, everybody, from the My Pillow factory.
What's left of it?
And there's thousands of people inside. Secret Service let me out here to do the show, and I'm down here. Steve, I haven't seen the Islamic flag.
They let you out here. You mean they asked you to leave? They let me outside. It's like when Marjorie Taylor Greene and them went to the jail. And they're like the warden or whatever of the jail agreed to meet with us outside, and then they went outside and they just shut the fucking doors. they let me outside.
I get out here, so I don't think, but I got my eyes open.
Okay.
And
do you have your pants on? I think that's our biggest concern.
We're down here. I said one of the things that people I've talked to so far down here, nobody likes that flag. And another thing, there's a lot of people that are.
Nobody likes what flag, you dumb motherfucker?
Flipping from Democrat here in Minnesota to the common sense bucket of Donald Trump. I think we're going to.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, absolutely. Huge flood of people in Minneapolis who are going his direction. No question.
I can't wait to talk to him tonight and see what he has to say to everybody here in Minnesota. But Minnesota, I really believe, is red. I don't believe.
No.
It's been anything else for the last.
Do we have the content? Do we have the content on the flag, producer Cameron? We do not? Okay, fine. We actually...
Yeah, fuck that flag business, whatever the flag situation is. Oh, I know what he's talking about. He's talking about the Minnesota flag. Or like they changed the flag to not look like, you know, just to have like the symbol of the Commonwealth in the center of it and be a flag. They made a flaggish looking flag, like a real flag. I don't know, and I think it's even in black and white or something. Hold on, I'll see if I can find it. Well, who gives a shit? Well, you can look it up. It's really not worth. I just like them freaking out.
Have the guys that designed the flag, and you would be disgusted if you saw who designed this flag.
Somebody gay and brown and probably feminine and probably got a college degree. Oh, and probably carrying a book. Probably got a book under their arm. Oh, God, already. Ugh. And wearing a cross and they mean it. Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah. And the kind of, you know, oh, it's, a, you know, we didn't mean it to be Islamic. One of people they're going to get...
We didn't mean it to be Islamic.
Fired up, Mike. You got an Islamic flag over the state capitol.
Well, Steve, once again...
Hold on. Now I got to look at it. Hold on. Right. Let's see. New Minnesota flag. Please be a hammer and a sickle. Minnesota flag reflect the Minnesotans. Hold on. Just fucking give me a picture of it, you weirdo. All right. You know. This is it. Okay, brace yourself. It's clearly something. It's so commie Islamic. It's an act of violence. You're about to see it, and it's blue, so even worse. Look at look at that thing. Oh, it's terrible. Look at that. So Islamic and stuff. Never mind. It's the same star shape thing that we have in Chicago, but whatever. The Christic star as opposed to the 5-pointed star or the 4-pointed star, but whatever. And then I guess it points left. Oh, it points left and it's blue. Oh, it's blue and it points left towards the North Star. Okay, whatever. What do you want them to put on there? 10,000 fucking islands? So that's it. That's what they're freaking out about. That's the. It's just an act of violence. I don't even know how they're gonna deal.
And I always look. I'm optimistic because I always look at making lemon out of lemonade or making lemonade out of lemons. And
yeah, that's. I mean, everybody screws that up. Like, and by the way, nothing would describe this asshole better than making lemons out of lemonade. I mean, as Freudian slips go. You know what I mean? Like, can you think of a better description of this fuckwad than if anybody would make lemons out of lemonade, it'd be this dickhead. Just take all the palatable sweetness out of something that's refreshing as a beverage or whatever, make it completely sour and put the rind back on. I love Freudian slips.
And this is turning people.
Even though Freud was a shitty psychologist and never cured anybody. Most of his theories are just garbage, for the record. And no, I mean, all deference to people who are anal retentive by choice, but...
We have so much nonsense, so many nonsense.
Mike likes Crystal Light. Okay, that's cold. That is cold, chat room. Do I like Carl Jung better? Not necessarily. I mean, he's definitely got a deeper insight into the workings of the mind, but no.
Things going on in Minnesota like this flag. It's actually taking people going, why would we have an Islamic flag? And,
you don't.
And it's pulling more people into this bucket, this mega bucket, this bucket.
Yeah, the MAGA bucket. Yeah, and here I thought the basket of deplorables sounded bad. I think MAGA bucket sounds worse.
Bit of common sense. When people do stuff that you don't understand, that doesn't...
It's like when the MAGA bucket goes by, go, wait for the shake. I'll get it later.
Help either
Your Majesty, you look like the piss boy.
party or doesn't help the people, you know there's a hidden agenda. And I said it this morning on your show.
Yeah, he did say it this morning on the show. It is true. Like this morning, if you weren't watching this morning,
When people do stuff that you don't understand, that doesn't help either party or doesn't help the people, you know there's a hidden agenda. And I said it this morning on your show.
yeah, he said it this morning. Okay, pay attention.
Evil is greedy. They keep doing crazy stuff like this, and it's just making more and more people open up their eyes to what's really going on. In Minnesota, it's like a Trojan horse of the country. I said that before.
Minnesota is the Trojan horse of the country. Get the fuck out of here! What?
I really believe that they
Yeah. Explain that. I don't care. Look. Here's the weird part. I don't doubt he believes that. I don't doubt he said it and he believes it. I just don't think he knows what that means. I think it is very easy for Mike Pillow to believe shit he has no concept of.
we got a big problem going on here, and we
Just 25 minutes from the fucking My Pillow
got
factory.
to stop the track.
Mike,
Sorry. Apparently, Lindell doesn't travel anywhere without a female Minnesotan gimp.
Lindell, talk to me about the American flag that you're selling, the 5-star pillow.
Yeah.
Talk to our audience about the special.
What? Wait, you're gonna bitch about the Minnesota state flag being kind of generic and not having pictures of Native Americans on it, essentially being subjugated, which I think was the problem that everybody had with the fucking image that was on there, which is why they wanted to replace it. And you're gonna desecrate the American flag and make a fucking 5-star what the fuck?
Yeah, everybody, you're getting with the My Pillow. Any order, you're getting a free My Pillow 2.0 with the American flag. Absolutely free, no purchase necessary. And we added that. This one.
What? So you can lay your greasy, nasty head down on the American flag? Why don't you just make some toilet paper out of it while you're at it, you jerk?
This special here too is for specific for the War Room Posse. Our percale sheets we put on sale, everybody, the queen size.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. There might be something after that, but I'm not doing an ad for this dickhead. Good Lord. All right. Not surprisingly, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. By the way, you're watching Megaworldwide. Worldwide. Like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show, share it out. Let people know we're here. If you like the show right away, it pops up in people's feed and lets them be aware that we are online right now. It's been touch and go over the last couple of weeks because of travel internet. I even had to invest in a hotspot, which was very successful, by the way. It did help my part of the show anyways. And thank you, patrons, for your ongoing support. Patreon.com/LSparks. And thanks, everybody, for the likes and just do what they're doing. Thanks, Brandon. Look at that. Brandon liked and he shared. See? It's so easy. And yes, and happy birthday, Liberal Dan, by the way. Happy birthday, Liberal Dan. Happy Liberal Day, Dan. Happy birthday, Liberal Man Dan. Happy Dan Day, Liberal Dan. So let's jump into, if I may, this is Donald Trump speaking, interestingly enough, in a gun-free zone. Considering how these assholes talk about gun-free zones and how they think not only are they, an affront to the Constitution, but they're dangerous. It's not safe to be in one. It's not safe to be in a gun-free zone. Well, guess what? Every NRA meeting, gun-free zone. The only people there with guns are Secret Service. Even the fucking regular security can't have guns. Because it's just like, it's like a sporting event rule. No guns on the premises. And it's the NRA. Ugh. Can you imagine the AVN Awards having a no genitals policy? Sorry, you can't come in unless you're smooth in the front. I'm just saying, it's a bit weird. So here he is. This is in Dallas at the NRA convention, and I don't know why the background is pink, Why are they making the Supreme Court gay? It's something going on, or they're assuming it is. And then the NRA, whatever, which is a skeleton of the organization it used to be. So let's go. Oh, thank you very much, everybody. Hello. By the way, he is jacked up. Like, you know, this whole thing, like, I want a drug test that he's been talking about, or he thinks Biden's on something. Trump is high as a fucking kite at these rallies lately. They've got him, like, and it fades fairly fast, which is why he's, like, sort of pathologically aware of it. And he's kind of, you know, getting his silly on. They've gotten him, you know, the Ritalin shortage of early 2024 is over. So they've gotten him some new stuff. Hey, there you go. Thank you. Okay, I'm done with this shit. All right, here we go. Now, but you'll see. And I think is this the one, or Minnesota, where he has the podium problem? I think it's here, actually.
Wow.
But when you try to say wow, and you end up saying ow.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Randy. It's a true honor to be here today to receive the...
I got to tell you, when he reads a sentence, the, like, stopping every 2 words is really odd. You can't get through just, like, the chunk. It's a different podium? Okay.
Endorsement of the proud American patriots at the NRA. These are great patriots. These are great people, and we're going to do things like nobody can believe. We're going to win this election at levels that nobody's ever seen before.
You mean on the low side? I mean, you've never won the popular vote. Not ever. You're not about to start.
But thank you very much for that endorsement. It means a lot to me.
Yeah, because it was really a toss-up between me and the Democrat. You guys are known to go either way. And it's, you know, it's nice to get the endorsement of the most mobbed up and Russia-funded organization in American politics.
You know, when I started off, as you know, in 2016, I got that endorsement early, and I got it. Some people thought they had it made, but we got it. We got it again, and we've lived up to everything, as you know, everything I said. They just were under siege. With the guns, the rifles, and everything else, we're under siege, but...
With the guns, the rifles, and everything else.
They didn't move us.
Well, what would that be? What do you think that everything else is? Obviously, handguns are covered in guns. What, flamethrowers? What do you think? Personal drones? Jewish space lasers? Ammunition? What's he talking about?
An inch, and we have to stand strong. You know that? We have to stand very strong. So thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
I don't know why I'm here. Never fired a gun and they creep me out. I'm scared to even be near these people. Get me out of here.
NRA has stood with me from the very beginning, and with your vote, I will stand strong for your rights and liberties. And 4 more years in the White House, we're going to do things like nobody can believe. We're going to turn our country around. We're going to, quite simply, make...
By the way, he says turn our country around. What he means is unemployment numbers back the other direction. We need at least 6 to 8% for business people to be able to, like, strong arm people into taking shitty jobs, and the stock market back to what it was when he was in office, which was what, 20,000.
America great again.
It seems so simple, and yet I'm so confused.
But one thing I'll say, and I say it as friends, we've got to get gun owners to vote. Because you know what? I don't know what it is. Perhaps it's a form of rebellion, because you're rebellious people, aren't you? But gun owners don't vote. What?
Yeah, which is, and by the way, the reason he's bringing this up is, and it's true, by the way, like the people for whom it's the most important issue, and it's not gun owners. Republican gun owners always vote. what he means is the kind of people that go to gun shows. The NRA, and they deal with this number all the time, is full of fucking sovereign citizens and fucking Ruby Ridge types and people who do disassociate themselves with the federal government so much that they don't vote. And the other thing is, when they do decide to, they don't know how to register. They don't even like going on government websites. So that it's true. Like the NRA, as far as kowtowing to a certain group of people, because there's a secondary tier of Second Amendment people that you have to get the NRA endorsement as a Republican, is kind of because they're the standard bearer party for it. But they don't. The people that are deeply entrenched in it don't vote at all. It's kind of like the Democratic Socialists. From a Democratic Party side, Democratic Socialists sounds like, well, we're Democrats, but we go even further down the road. They're the ones that drop out of voting more than any group. They're the ones that don't vote or leave shit blank that's really important, right? That's our version of that group. But the NRA group is way larger. The Democratic Socialists that don't vote is a very small packet of humans. It's, maybe nationwide 30,000 people max. It's spread all over the fucking place. The NRA gun show assholes, and you can see this anytime there's a school shooting, the gun shows, they always launch a gun show 2 days after, right? I agree, Georgina. They launch a gun show right after there's been a school shooting, right? Those same folks don't vote anyways. Unabomber was a gun owner. Yeah, well, that's who we're talking about. And sovereign citizens and fucking the Moorish black Hebrew Israelites and the fucking Peckerwoods. And, they don't vote. They don't. Patriot Front and that crowd vote, but there's not a huge number of them.
What is that?
And a lot of them don't own guns. It's very odd. They have rifles and they go shoot guns. They go to gun ranges and take TikTok videos of themselves shooting, I don't know, machine guns and shit like that. But they don't own them at the same level. It's really odd.
All about.
Yeah, Blacks for Trump is the same as the Moors and the fucking Black Hebrew Israelite shit. The Nick Cannon craziness.
I've heard that. I heard it a few weeks ago. If the gun owners voted, we would swamp them at levels that nobody's ever seen.
Ever swamped before? Do you think he should say? I got to say, I think he's slacking off in the levels that nobody's ever seen before phrase. I don't think he's only used it 6 times in 3 minutes
Before, so I think you're a rebellious bunch. But let's be rebellious and vote this time, okay? If you go out and vote, I understand exactly why you don't, but we have to.
Oh, yeah? Why is that? You understand exactly why they don't vote. Well, explain it to us, motherfucker. Let's hear it. Let me hear you explain it, and then explain why you like these motherfuckers.
Win this election. It's the most important election in the history of our country. You've got.
Well, for you, obviously, you didn't give a shit about them until you were running for office, and you certainly only give a shit now because you're worried you're going to go to fucking jail.
To get all your friends, all the gun owners, they have to go and they have to vote. If they vote, there's nobody that can beat us. Nobody. So it's very important.
Also, just because you own a gun doesn't mean you're an NRA member or you believe in what they believe in or you don't think there should be reasonable curtails on, again, the vast majority of Americans own guns. The vast majority of those people believe that there should be background checks. The NRA is antithetical to that. They turned really hard right a long time ago and left behind a bunch of people. And the only reason the NRA has the numbers that they have is because they have deals with shooting ranges all over the country that you get a break on ammo and time on the range if you are an NRA member or you join there. If you pay $10 and then you become a member, it shaves 15 off of your range cost that day, and they kick back to these groups and do this. And it's, half of it's because they, the owners are hardcore, and half of it's because the NRA gives them payola to do it. But their numbers aren't indicative of the belief system of the people that are involved.
And I want to thank the NRA President Charles Cotton, your first Vice President Bob Barr, and interim Executive Vice President Andrew Arula-Andum.
That's not a nice name to throw in the teleprompter for him. Arula-Andum. Can we get a ruling on dumb? Yes, you are. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Interim Executive Vice President Andrew Arula-Andom, who's a terrific group of people. That's a terrific group of
He is a terrific group of people, that Andrew Arula-Andom.
people. We're also grateful to be joined by a very special man. He's a hot politician.
Look, if you want to fuck him, that's up to you, but ease up.
Very hot. Governor.
I think I'll tell you what. He recently saw that ad campaign they've been running with Paris Hilton, and he's still got that weird creep crush on her, and she's been doing the "that's hot" thing, so he's been saying hot a bunch over the last couple of days. Guarantee that's where he got it from.
Greg Abbott, where is he? He's around here someplace. He's around here. Thank you, Greg. You're a hot politician, Greg. You know why he's hot? Because he's doing a good job. That's a good reason, right? Right, Doc Ronnie? Thank you very much, Greg. Appreciate it.
Right, Doc Ronnie?
Great job.
You think they've got, like, Ronnie Jackson on, around a lot more, not just because Trump likes the sort of kiss-ass nature of the dude, but because Trump needs some, some special sauce, the Elvis injection, you know what I'm saying? Do what you have to do, but that boy must be on stage, right?
Also,
He's the candy man, that's right.
friend of mine is the chairman of our campaign in Texas, and we're 2-0, and we have lots of people running. And so far, I think we're 51-0 in Texas. I don't know. I like Texas, and they like me. Somehow it works together. But this man is
not so much.
very, very
Not this time around, dummy.
strong, very popular. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Thank you, Dan. Very strong guy, very popular guy.
And that's the same thing. Strength is popularity. Popularity is strength. We go by how much people like you and how much you can glom that favoritism onto yourself. That's Trump. It's like he does the stolen valor of charisma. I must be popular. I have all these popular people around that only I say are popular.
Thank you very much. Great job. How are we doing, Dan? Are we doing okay? We're way up in Texas. We're way up. Thank you very much. And members of Congress here, we have a lot of them, but a few of them I'm going to introduce. We also have senators, and we're going to just introduce a small group because we have to get on about our business.
Yeah, we don't want to do all this shit. Who cares about these people? These are other people, and they don't matter. This is America. Only you matter.
Yeah, members of Congress.
I saw an article today about main character syndrome, about that people are, that one of the things that we have a problem with, like, activists and slacktivists on both sides of the aisle is because of this kind of rise in main character syndrome, that people think that everybody else in the world is an extra in their movie. And Trump is the living embodiment of that.
Man to hit a ball in Washington out of the stadium.
It goes back to my friend Judy Toll's bit, which is one of the classic lines about just like self-awareness ever. She goes, "My shrink and I figured out what my problem is. Apparently, I think I'm a piece of shit that the world revolves around."
Hit a home run, slow pitch. They play the Democrats, and slow pitch meaning about 55 or 60 miles an hour, not that slow, but nobody's ever hit a home run over the fences except this one man, and he was wearing a MAGA hat. So I didn't know him at the time, but I said, "Who's the guy that hit the home run?" This was a couple of years ago. He hit it right over the fences in the deepest part of the park. And that's not an easy thing to do for a civilian. If you're a baseball player, you can do it. If you're a civilian.
What the fuck? What do you think? Does this asshole not know that people play baseball and softball all over the fuck? Hey, dickhead, go watch a girls' high school team. They hit them out of the fucking park all the time.
You're not supposed to be able to do it.
Why? Why are you not supposed to be able to do it? You know what it is? It's fucking regulations.
But he was
fucking government interference.
wearing that beautiful red MAGA hat, and I said, "Who is that guy?" And his name's Greg Stubbe, and he's here today, and he's my friend with his incredible wife. Thank you, Greg Stubbe. Where are you, Greg? Where's Greg? What a shot that was.
Greg Stupid. Okay, we'll keep track.
When they wear a hat that says MAGA, that means they're with us all the way. They're with us. Thank you, Greg.
Right. And if they're not wearing one, they're not with you. Everybody who isn't wearing a MAGA hat or Trump gear is voting Biden this time. The only way you can prove that you are actually a Trump voter, that you're actually going to vote for Trump, is you've got to wear the shit. It's a cult, and it's going to stay that way. Anybody who doesn't have signs in their yard that are, at all, Biden voter.
Also,
There'll be a bunch of Democrats that do have signs, but anybody who doesn't have any, they're definitely voting Biden.
a terrific congressman and a friend of yours, very good friend of you and the state and the country, Pat Fallon. Pat, thank you, Pat.
Pat, smack, tickle.
Great, Pat. Great job.
Great guy, great job, great part in his hair. Great idea. This fly is driving me crazy.
Another man, he was the doctor for, I don't think any of you have ever heard of this gentleman, Barack Hussein Obama. Has anyone ever heard of Barack Hussein? No, he was the doctor.
Oh, you mean, I know him. You're talking about the guy who didn't take your guns away. The guy you ran on twice. People ran on, like the Republicans in the NRA ran on, Obama was going to take your guns, and he didn't.
Talented doctor, too. He's got a lot of things on his resume. He was a great doctor. He was a great admiral, and now he's a great congressman. And before I introduce him, I just want to say
he's singularly responsible for like the Dr. Feelgood drug handouts in the White House during Trump's term.
Was the doctor at the White House, they asked him, who's healthier? Who's a better physical specimen? Is it Trump or is it Obama? And
it's Obama, clearly. Clearly. Fucking clearly.
He said, it's not even close. It's Donald Trump, not even close. I said, I love this guy.
I love this guy. He'll lie his ass off for me. That's my favorite thing that people do. More than anything else, the most important thing is that people lie just more than anyone has ever lied before.
Ronnie Jackson, your congressman, great congressman from Texas. Then he had to louse it up. You know what he did? He said, and he'd lived for 200 years, except he likes junk food, so he might only live to 110. Can you believe?
Yeah, he was still bullshitting. Dude, you're not going to make it to the end of the decade. I got news for you. There's no fucking way this dude makes it to the end of the decade. Not even a remote possibility. Well, the only way they could is that he's maintained on like ventilators and IVs till somebody decides to shut him down. There's no way.
I do like junk food. Who doesn't?
I mean, eating it on occasion is not the same thing as like liking junk food. Think about what it would be to just like, I don't mind it, I'll have it on occasion or whatever, but I like junk food. Like Donald Trump's one of those people who heard the song Junk Food Junkie in 1977 and thought, that's catchy, that's fun.
A real good friend of mine, an incredible Republican, conservative, really a person that loves our country more than anything else, happens to solidly reside in the state of Texas.
What do you mean? He doesn't have a house someplace else?
President of the America First Policy Institute. What she's done is incredible. She has taken the Policy Institute and
made it a policy institute. She's taken it and she's made some policy and instituted some of those policies in America.
Brought it to a level that nobody thought possible.
Yes, no one thought policy positions could be presented at such a level.
Fairly quickly, too, I would say.
Well, obviously they didn't have to think it through.
Brooke Rollins. Brooke?
Brooke, anybody? Brooke.
Thank you. Thank you, Brooke. She could run any company in America, but I don't want to say that because I don't want her stolen away from me. Texas legislature
Oh, don't worry, it'll collapse.
candidates who have my complete and total endorsement. David Covey, Alan Schoolcraft. Where is Alan?
Alan School. Oh. Sorry, the word school makes me vomit.
Alan Schoolcraft. Helen Kerwin.
Alan Schoolcraft. Hang on. Yeah, this is it. Meet Alan. Alan, this is, oh God. Meet Alan. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus Christ. I can't tell if he's got PED or he was just down on the blunt right when they were filming, or he's just drunk. Alan Schoolcraft. There he is. This is, yeah, Alan Schoolcraft for state representative. Yeah. It's nice that they're getting some new blood, don't you think? You know? It's the young guns he's been talking to.
And Brent Hagenboo.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm not even going to look that one up. Schoolcraft was too much. Wait, what? Please.
Schoolcraft, Helen Kerwin, and Brent Hagenboo. Where are you?
Hagen Boo, where are you? What? Fuck. Fuck off.
And Brent Hagenboo.
I don't give a shit if he got it right. Brent Hagenboo. Fuck me. Wait. Brent. Let's see. Hagenboo. Brent Hagen. Hagenbuch. Butch. Hagenboo. I don't know. He doesn't pronounce the CH. I guess this is how it's printed. Brent Hagenboo. I gotta say, I would put a pronunciation right after that name. Hagenbach, Hagenbuch, Frau Brucken. Fucking wait. All right, Brent Hagenbusch. Let's see. Copy, and then we go to pronounce. Hagenbuch. Buch, that's what I thought. Hagenbuch. Let's see how it says it. There you go. Let's see.
Hagenbuch.
Hagenbuch. It's pronounced according to this. Hagenbuch. Come on.
Hagenbuch.
Hagenbuch. Brent Hagenbuch. Hagenbuch.
Hagenbuch.
Hagenbuch.
Hagenbuch.
Hagenbuch.
Hagenbuch.
Agenbuche. I like that one better. We gotta call him that one. Brent Agenbuchen.
Hagenbuch.
Agenbuchen. Hagen. I swear to God, Hitler said that in the new translation.
Hagenbuch.
Hagenbuch. Yep. Not even. You don't. Are we sure? We're not. We're sure. We're sure it's not. Wagen, Blacken, Flagen, Flagen. Okay. Wait. Where did it go? Okay.
Helen Kerwin, and Brent Hagenboo. Where are you?
Ah. Brett Hagenboo, Froggen, Froligenbogen. Oh, God.
Alan Schoolcraft. Where is Alan? Alan Schoolcraft, Helen Kerwin, and Brent Hagenboo. Where are you?
Oh, that's a new drop. That's got to be a new drop. Okay, I'm going to be all right.
Stand up. Oh, there
Stand up, Brent Hagenboo.
they are. And David is leading very substantially an
Like no one's ever leaded before.
absolutely terrible Speaker of the House who didn't want to go into voter fraud. He didn't want to do it. And David, raise your hand, David, because David's leading very, very substantially against your Speaker of the House. And I
By the way, this is Republican on Republican crime, so I don't give a
see
shit.
the recent polls, but still, it's about a week away. They all have my complete and total endorsement. They're phenomenal people, and they're going to do really, really well. And we appreciate you being with us. Thank you, and good luck. In a week from now, good luck. You're going to win big. You're all going to win big. We have.
That's right. More extreme, the better. More maggoty, the better. And it'll really help Democrats in the fall. Like, the only sane choice will be the Democrat, and it will buy us, like all the independents.
We have to get your speaker out of there so that we can go into voter fraud. Because, even though we win Texas, Dallas and Houston, those areas, a lot of bad things happening, right, Dan?
You mean people voting for Democrats?
We have a lot of bad things happening, and we got to stop it.
Yeah, the bad things that are happening is that somehow these places end up with Democratic mayors, but the voter turnout goes Republican everywhere else.
Before it gets
Weird. Statewide, and like congressional delegate ends up, going Democrat, mayor, some of the city council. But then when you get to the statewide office, magically, everybody's Republican, and the harder core, the better.
out of control.
Jordina, how do you think Hakeem will become speaker? Yes, I know he will.
And they will.
The question is before the election or just shortly after. Yeah. So.
Do that. Also, a man, he was.
Thank you.
Operating a piece of equipment, a big hauler, a big truck. He was a truck guy, a real truck guy, not like.
Yeah, not these fake truck assholes that like sit in the front of a truck and like make faces and go ugh, and fake pulling the horn. You know what I'm talking about? Like, fuck those guys. Absolutely. What a bunch of dummies. Just terrible. Hold on. Oh, I see. 1 second. Excuse me 1 second. There we go. Hold on. Yeah, him faking being on a truck.
Biden says, I drive trucks.
Biden has a driver's license. Biden can drive a truck. You can't drive.
I drive trucks. I used to drive an 18-wheeler. He doesn't know what he said. He didn't. No, he always says that. He said, I used to drive an 18-wheeler. When the truckers come in, that's what he says. When the pilots come in, I used to fly a plane. No, it's true. He's misinformation. I was going to say he's full of bullshit, but I don't want to use bad language because there are a lot of young. No, I don't want to.
I would love somebody to ask him, like, why can't you drive a car? Why'd you never learn to drive a car? Can you drive stick shift? I have a real problem voting for somebody who can't drive stick shift. So, it's sort of a mental capacity thing, being able to work the clutch and the brake and the gas and figure that out, and, and being able to downshift and all that,
I don't want to do that.
Well, then stop telling us about fucking golf tournaments you haven't won.
Well, I played golf today with a really good golfer.
Oh my God.
Tony Romo. Do you know Tony Romo? He may be a better golfer than a football player. I don't know. But we played really today. We were talking about the state. We were talking about a lot of things, and we were at a wonderful course very nearby, and we had a tremendous amount of support from the people at that club, I'll tell you.
Oh yes, the golf community. He's locked down the golf vote.
It's amazing. They love this state. They love your governor, your lieutenant governor. They love this country.
They love golf.
It's beautiful.
They love the Saudis.
Thing to see, really beautiful.
They love Saudi golf.
But you know, Biden.
Sniffing. The sniffing is back. He's been doing the rails of Adderall again.
He said his biggest lie of all, because I'm a nice golfer, is the expression. We have another nice golfer here, by the way, Mr. Steve Witkoff and his son Alex. He's a nice golfer. And he's one of the most successful businessmen in the country. He flew in just to spend some time because he's a big believer in the NRA. But Biden,
the sniffing.
His biggest lie of all, he said he's a 6.2 handicap golfer. This guy couldn't break 200. I really mean it. And he actually challenged me. You know, last week we're going to have debates with him, and that was good. That's good.
Is it? You're gonna have them during the day, so you'll be able to actually speak.
I think we're going to. You know.
By the way, the Biden challenging him about golf was genius. He should just keep saying like Trump's a fake winner. He fakes all of his championships. He only wins championships at his club, and none of them are televised because he's afraid people see what a crap golfer he is. And did you see that video of him slicing? And I look forward to in 5 years when I'm no longer president, going back and golfing a little bit, but it's not a big deal because I'd rather spend time with my family and that kind of stuff, stay close to my children, that kind of thing. Like just anything, just fucking dig. I swear to God, you want to set this motherfucker off down a road where in the debate, honest to God, I think Biden in the beginning of the debate should go, the guy cheats at golf. The only championships he wins are at his own courses. Half the time he's not even there. And then that will dig on him so fucking much that he'll never get back to, like, he'll forget all about any whatever talking point he was going to try and push. He won't even bring up the fucking border. Like, how would you solve the border? Have your caddy throw the ball back onto the grass? Like, I'm dead serious. Like, you could fucking derail this dumb fuck's entire thing, like in an instant.
He's still looking for that white stuff that was found in the White House. He's saying, where is it? It never arrived. It never arrived.
Okay, so he didn't do coke before the SO2.
They can't find it.
By the way, all those folks in the White House that monitor my show and seen it and stuff, I love you. I'm dead serious. That's a great way to it's my other little note next to rural broadband. Throw that in there. Make sure, like, right off the, the guy can't even win a real golf tournament. He only wins at his own club, and half the time he's not even there. They just give it to him because he owns the place. People don't need that. Nobody lives like that. A regular American doesn't. It will drive him ape shit.
Everyone thought it was for Hunter. Maybe it wasn't for Hunter. I think it was for somebody else. But he said 6.2, so.
81 years old and he's doing blow? You think that's the dig, Mr. Sniffs a lot?
Usually a guy's a 6 or 7 or an 8. I played golf for a long time. I won a lot of golf. 31 club championships, can you believe it? And
No, I can't. How many of those were at clubs you don't own?
Challenged me to a golf match. He said, I'll give him 3 aside. The guy can't break 200. Here's his swing. I'm very good at imitating swings. It's not just. And when you ask Tony Romo.
By the way, can you imagine? Yeah, this is pathetic, Karine. You're absolutely right. This is so fucking lame. It's glorious. I love this.
About that, he'll tell you about Trump. But
yeah, do you think he's going to be honest about it? He'll never get to golf with Trump again, and he's got these business assholes around, so if he wants to make money, you always suck up to the worst fucking golfer, rich asshole, especially the guy who owns the club and you're a celebrity. They'll let you play for free or bring friends. I mean, you think these people don't know how to bullshit?
no, but that's his biggest lie. 6.2. He's got to be 6.2. You know why? 6.2 is like totally accurate. You know, down 0.2. I never even heard of that before. Who's a 6.2? But this gentleman that is from North Carolina got up and made a speech, and the place said, "Why aren't you running for office?" And he gave it a shot. He ran for lieutenant governor. So he went from a tractor. He was a very good operator, right?
Yeah, he's a truck tractor. That's I don't know who. That's what tractors are. What they call people that drive trucks in Texas. That's what they call them, truck tractors. Tractors. If you ask them what they do, they'll just tell you. They'll say, "Call me a tractor for short. I'm a tractor."
Here, it was a forklift.
Oh, I see. Beg your pardon. I scratch what I said. Sorry, run that by me again. What the ever-loving fuck? Wait. Who is? Tell me about this guy again.
Gave it a shot. He ran for lieutenant governor. So he went from a tractor.
He went from a truck tractor to.
He was a very good operator right here. It was a forklift.
Yeah, it was he was a forklift, or it was a fork. It was
a good.
I don't know. Maybe he uses it pronouns. Who can say?
A big one, and he had a great job. But he made.
Aren't. I mean, there's a limited size on forklifts. That's the nature of them. They can only be so big, or they'll tip over. They don't really kind of unique.
His speech, I think he was protesting taxes or something in North Carolina, and he took the place by storm. One of the most beautiful, resonant voices you've ever heard. He stood up. I said, I hope I said, I think I'm going to.
I hope I said, I think I'm going to. Yeah, that sounds like a direct quote.
Really insult him by saying this. It's possible that I will, and I didn't want to do that. And
Jesus Christ, stop fucking tap dancing.
You know, we're doing.
You know, I'm overwhelmed by his alpha male manhood. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Because he's so direct.
Well, with the black voter, they can't even believe it. They love Trump, and I love them. But I said to this man, and when he.
Oh, God. This isn't about, like, the resonant voice of a black man, is it? Is that what he's doing? Oh, fuck me.
Endorsed me. He gave a speech, and I said, "You are Dr. Martin Luther King on steroids. That's how good you are. You are unbelievable."
Oh, dear.
As a speaker, and he got up.
By the way, that wouldn't be a good thing. I would not want to see Martin Luther King Jr. on steroids. I mean, that's basically Mr. T, I think, in Rocky III.
And he's doing fantastically well in North Carolina, and I think he's going to be the next governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson.
Boy. Yeah, cringe. I'm cringe. Like, it's kind of painful. I'm like, ugh.
And a very popular guy. How's it going? Good? The polls are looking good, I hear, yes? You got to hear this guy speak.
Oh, God.
Anyway, he's going to be speaking at the convention very loudly and beautifully.
He's got a big black voice. You know, like the only person I can think it's got a bigger, blacker voice has got to be, well, who's that guy that sings Never Gonna Give You Up? Rick something? I don't, yeah.
And we look forward to that. We're going to have a great convention in Milwaukee, and we're not doing one. You know, they're going to do a Zoom convention, I hear, because they're blaming the pickets, the riots, whatever they might want to blame. The real problem is he doesn't want to get up and speak. He doesn't want to walk. He can't walk from that stair to this podium. He can't put two sentences together. Even his
Keep saying this, by the way. I hate to interrupt, but like, I want him to keep hammering this. Yeah.
challenge on the debate, it took him 7 shots. They have 7 different clips. For more than 150 years, the NRA has been defined by men and women like all of you, loyal, hardworking citizens who believe in defending your families
I think is that the fly that's on his face? Is that what he's trying to deal with?
and your communities and our country. RFK Jr., I call him Junior. By the way, he's radical left. Don't think about it.
Okay, by the way, remember how I was telling you that RFK Jr. steals more votes from Trump than he does from Biden by far? They know. He knows. They know. They're really worried about it. They're worried about what's effectively the Hillary effect in 3 swing states happening to him this time.
Don't waste your vote. We need a conservative person with common sense. This guy is radical left who destroyed New York. They're taking down all of the energy components. We have the highest.
Yeah, they are. They're taking down all of the energy components. I hate that when they do that. You know what I mean? They're so loud when they do it and yet quiet at the same time.
And
what the fuck does he mean, energy components?
all of New England, actually, he's a disaster. He's radical left. RFK Jr. is radical left. It reminds me of this fly that's driving me crazy up here. This fly is brutal. I don't like flies.
That's not what Doc Ronnie said. I'm just saying.
Here I am like an idiot. But RFK Jr. calls you a terrorist group. You know, he calls you a terrorist group. Can't vote for him. You can't, you know. Somebody said, well, they like his policy on vaccine. The other day, he said, no, he'll go for the vaccine. He's got no policy on anything.
Wow. Asshole, you're going to run on taking credit for making the vaccine happen.
Radical left. He always has been. His family is angry at him because he's doing this. They won't talk to him.
Because he's moved to the right?
Because they said, where the hell did this come from?
What? His Trump-like stances on shit?
And for some reason, he's getting probably a little bit more, hurting Biden a little bit more, but we can't waste any votes.
Okay, yeah, he knows. He knows. This is a big worry. They've been talking about this motherfucker. They're going to start hitting him harder as we get closer. But if there's going to be a Nader effect this time around, that's going to impact anybody. It's going to impact him. Listen to this shit. If he affects Biden more, it's a fucking wash. Who cares? Right? If he's going to take, 20% of the vote from Biden and 10% from you, right? Who cares? The fly is from his full diaper. That's what you think, Robert?
We have to make sure we win. And I'm meeting, I don't know if you read, but I'm meeting next week, very soon, with the Libertarians because
why not meet with, next up, sovereign citizens? Yeah, Libertarians do not have a governing philosophy. Libertarianism is like externalized self-help books. Everybody else is a loser instead of I'm a winner.
Largely, they have so much of what we have.
Largely?
They're also people of common sense, generally speaking.
No, they are not. If they had common sense, they would actually institute policies and not believe that government intrinsically is the problem because it's fucking silly.
I have a couple of things that are a little different.
Oh, yeah? What's that? What would that be? I mean, it's obviously stuff that would get Matt Gaetz off the hook. Child labor.
With them.
Consent to the age of 10
because they get their 3%.
And if you're an orphan or you don't have, legal guardians, or they don't know where you are, they can't actually implement any kind of a consent situation on your behalf. So if he abducts you at 8, it's up to him. He's the adult in the room.
Every year, no matter who's running, and we have to get that 3% because we can't take a chance.
Yeah, he knows he's behind. That's what this is. Yeah, he can't afford to lose the RFKs. The libertarians are not going to vote for him because of his dictator on day one shit. Libertarians don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's not. It's an absurdity. It's a bunch of, it used to be like libertarians were Republicans that smoked pot. Now, thanks to Democrats, you can smoke pot. Now they're just assholes.
Joe Biden.
They're they're kind of like pathological independents in their minds, but ultimately they just don't believe that. In any. I mean, the one thing I guess about not believing in any policy at all is that you don't ever have to justify the specifics of what you're talking about. If you think all government is the problem, you don't have to talk about whether or not Medicare for all or the Affordable Care Act would be a better path forward. Or you can avoid that entirely and just go, it's all fucked. It's just kind of like faux nihilism.
Winning. He's the worst president.
Yeah, Jimmy Dore would qualify. Well, certainly Kurt Metzger qualifies.
In the history of our country, by far. We can't have it.
We can't have it.
But RFK Jr. says bad things. He calls
Yeah, he does.
you a terrorist group, and I call you the backbone of America. That's a big difference, wouldn't you say? But under crooked Joe.
I don't really call you that. That's Stephen Miller said I call you that, but I'll start calling you that if it works. If you guys like it, let's hear a poll. What do you like better?
Joe Biden, everything you stand for is under threat like never before. Our Second Amendment, which is largely why you're here.
Is it?
I mean, that's the biggest statement for you.
Yeah, that's what you guys give a shit about. Obviously, quartering soldiers in your house isn't a big deal, and you're obviously not big, I guess, free association because you got to be a member to come to this thing.
When I go and make speeches at different places, it's
I lie to them using a different trope.
always important, but today, this is the big statement. It's under siege. Second Amendment is under siege.
Yeah, he says that all the time. Hold on, it's
Under siege, Second Amendment. Constitution is being run through the shredder.
Well, you tried. I think Biden's doing a great job of taping it back together.
Our borders have been obliterated.
No. I mean, unless you count obviously telling people not to vote for the border bill.
Inflation continued to rage, and it's raging right now again. And they shouldn't lower the interest rates because they're going to have to stop it. But he's going to lower it just for purposes of trying to win an election, just like he went into the strategic.
Okay, he knows they're going to come down, and so and when it does come down, it's going to infuse money into the stock market again, and he's building the defense. This is kind of like when he talks about the election that's going to be rigged before it happens, that to get himself off the hook. Yeah.
Reserves to try and win an election and let this stuff that's supposed to be used for war and national emergencies to try and keep the gas prices down. And now we have the lowest strategic reserves we've ever had. Our country.
Hold on one second. Let's see. Oops. Okay, year to date. Yeah, there's the let's see. There you go. 1 year. There we go. July 23rd. There you go. Of last year. What's the 3 year? There we go. 367. There you go. Dunk. So this is Let me see if I can show you this real quick. This is the current state of it. 5 years ago, here's the high part of it. This is down into 2023. The max being, and it looks enormous, but the max being 638. Currently, we're at 367. Back up. They're easing towards 400 million. He's waiting till it's below 80 to buy it back. So every time it drops below 80, they buy a chunk and refill it or whatever. But this is basically fixing COVID essentially. Let me see if I can do it. They don't do the 10-year max on here. We've had this lower than this before, like 15 years ago. 2008 was similar. So it'd be nice to be able to show you that part of it. But even still, like we're here in the last 6 months, they've just been filling it up. This is the trajectory it's on. Just silly. So just letting you know. Get back in here. Okay, here we go.
Is going to hell.
No, it isn't.
Rapacious gangs and ruthless criminals are
Rapacious?
terrorizing our
He thinks that means rapey.
streets, and crooked Joe Biden's weakness has us teetering on the edge of World War III. You know, I've
Wait, how long are we going to be teetering here? I thought we were in the middle of it if you really think about it, right? 6 months ago, weren't we in the middle of World War III if you think about it?
gotten to know the leaders of the world very well.
Yeah, just the awful ones, though.
The ones in South America that are sending all of their criminals and their
So you only know the bad ones. So basically you're just colluding with them to destroy America.
prisoners and their gangs
So they're doing this because they hate you? Is that what it is?
into our country intelligently. I'd do the same thing if I was there. I would do the same. I'd do it faster than them. But they're sending everybody into our country. I mean,
They're laughing because they think he's joking. He's not.
think of it. We have these people coming into our country. We don't want them in our country. They're from prison. They're gang members. They're drug dealers. They're
And some of them are nice people.
rapists. We have people coming into our
Notice he stopped saying that.
country. No country can sustain what's happening to us, and they don't check them. They have no idea who they are. It's not just South America.
By the way, he goes, he's about to tell us exactly who they are.
It's all over the world. It's time for a president who will replace weakness with strength, turn poverty to prosperity, and vanquish Joe Biden's corrupt tyranny with a great restoration of American freedom. We have to do that.
Yeah, not for women, obviously.
From the very first day that we take back the White House, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country.
Right. You thought that about the last one, and we lost 1 million Americans while you were trying to sell pork, corn, soybeans, and beef to the Chinese.
And it's hard to believe when you look at what's happening right now with the inflation and the bad economy, and one of the greatest
the nonstop spending that the American public is doing, the giant crowds at concerts and sporting events.
I'll just say Scott. I call him Scott. He's one of the great prognosticators on Wall Street, one of the smartest people on Wall Street.
He said, don't quote me, don't use my last name.
He said the only reason the stock market's doing well is because Trump is leading in all of the polls. If Trump wasn't leading in all of the polls, and if Trump doesn't win, you're going to have a collapse like in 1929. So just remember, he said it, but I said it too.
He said it, but I want credit for it. But if it doesn't happen, it's because he said it. He's very respected all over the place. People respect him all over. That's why they know that. You mean just like the crash that was going to happen if Biden took office the first time?
I really believe it.
No, you don't.
I believe it. That's the only
No, he doesn't.
thing that's doing well is the stock market. It's doing well because we're doing well. We had a great stock market.
Yeah, because everybody buys their stocks a year out.
But if it didn't happen, it's going to be a very bad time, I think, for our country. But to achieve the future, you have to march into the voting booth and you have to tell crooked Joe Biden, Joe, you're doing a horrible job. You're a horrible president. Like The Apprentice, Joe, you're fired. Get out of here, Joe. You're fired.
Can't you just say your fucking line? How do you fuck up your brand line like that? Don't you just say you're fired and then wait for the applause? It's a fucking mess. Look at this.
Oh, you're fired. Get out of here, Joe. You're fired. And let there be no doubt, the survival of our Second Amendment is very much on the ballot. You know what they want to do? They're going to...
Yeah, if they could do it right now, they'd... Oh,
if they get in, our country is going to be
they are in, dummy.
destroyed in so many
We're in. We're in. The Democrats are in.
ways, but the Second Amendment will be... It's under siege. But with me, they never get anywhere, and we need that Second Amendment for safety, forgetting about even going hunting and...
Yeah, fuck that.
all of the things that you do. We need...
Yeah, all the things you do, shooting tires in the middle of a field, firing them up in the sky on, Cinco de Wednesday.
it for safety.
Yeah, you gotta be able to bring a Glock with a trigger mechanism on it that turns it automatic when you're dropping your kids off at school.
Because, the bad guys are not giving up their guns. You know that. The bad ones are not giving up their guns. Oh, they will be so happy.
I mean, we've been hearing this shit since the 80s.
If the Biden regime gets 4 more years, they are coming for your guns, 100% certain. Crooked.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's not even so much that they won't give up their guns or the bad guys won't get rid of their guns. If it's harder to get ammunition.
Joe has a 40-year record of trying to rip firearms out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. He's always wanted to do that. And you can't do it. We're the party of common sense now. It's like I call it the party of common sense.
Yeah, just like you called 100,000, 10,000 people 100,000.
Conservative and all of that.
Yeah, all that, whatever, Jesus book stuff, people, whatever, family thing, one wife bullshit. I don't know what that's about.
But we want borders. We want good elections. We have to have a Second Amendment that's meaningful.
And if we don't have those things to our liking and we lose an election that's fair, we'll use our Second Amendment to attack the Capitol. It's common sense.
If we don't, we're going to have levels of death and destruction like this country has never seen before.
Well, at least since your last year in office, I guess.
The party of common sense. As we speak, the Biden administration is trying to crush independent firearms dealers by revoking their licenses if they make a single error, even in very unimportant paperwork.
Yeah, it's very unimportant. Look, if somebody wants to buy a gun and sell it to a gang member in the parking lot right outside of the place, then walk back in, buy another gun with that money, and then sell it to another guy who walks up and he wants to do it all day, and they forget to file the paperwork on, the fact that they saw him sell a gun to a known felon, they want to shut him down. It's just so wrong.
You know that. Are there any people in here that have that happen? Because...
Yeah. Anybody in here sell a gun to somebody who's been denied arms because of a series of domestic violence arrests or drug charges? Who's been selling guns to felons in this room?
5 hands go up.
Yeah, about 5 guys. Everybody else here is like, no, that's not a problem. Straw sales are what we got to worry about. That's why the criminals will always have guns, dummy.
They want to take away your rights. Well, I know that better than anybody. They want to take away my rights better than anybody. Worse than Alphonse Capone. Al Capone was indicted twice. I got indicted 4 times.
By the way, anybody else notice that Al Capone's number of indictments has gone up 100%? Also, Al Capone, they couldn't get him on murder. So they indicted him on tax evasion because he would kill witnesses. That's why he would have gotten absolutely indicted a lot more.
I never heard the word. What's an indictment?
Really? Really?
What's an indictment, please? Think of it. I go years and years. I go through all sorts of stuff in
Yeah, I've been criming forever, and they never bothered to look before.
New York. I built buildings with the unions, with all the people that are
Mafia.
involved. It's a rough business. I never
Means the
had
mafia.
a question about me. All of a sudden,
That's not true. The Justice Department sued him and his father on his first fucking job.
within a period of like this little tiny period, I got indicted 4 times, and on a civil basis 4 or 5 times. with it all being run from the White House and the DOJ. And I say, Alphonse
What do you say?
Capone, the meanest, roughest, most horrendous. I'm looking at some of the people here, like this gentleman, rough guy. Rough guy, he's a rough stand-up. But you know what? You don't want to have dinner with Al Capone.
Well, that's like saying he sleeps with the fishes or he's wearing cement shoes. Al Capone is dead.
I can tell you that, right?
Yes, he does not want to meet Al Capone in hell.
He wouldn't like you. You look too good. He wouldn't
What?
like you. He'd say, let's get rid of that guy. Al Capone. So remember Scarface, right? Scarface. He is a scar that went from here to here.
Just right across there? Are you sure you're not thinking of David Bowie's makeup?
And he was rough. But he got indicted less than I did. Think of this. My father is up in heaven and my mother. And my father was tough, but he was a good man. He was a good person, so I know he's in heaven. My mother, I guarantee it. My father, I think. Okay. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yikes.
But he was great. He was a great guy. And
Who the fuck talks like that about their parents?
they're looking down
That isn't like an abuse
on
victim.
me right now. They say, can you believe it, darling?
And they're like, yeah, actually, you were right, honey. This motherfucker.
My son, he got indicted so much. And I heard they were going to
I can't believe my son got indicted. Who, Fred? No. He wouldn't get indicted. It wouldn't even come up. Donald. Oh, why can't you believe he'd get indicted? I'm kidding. Oh, we've been dead all this time, and you still don't get sarcasm.
try and do it a couple of more times, and the White House said, don't do it. You're indicting this guy into the White House. There's a little truth to that. There's a little truth.
Nope.
But we have the highest poll numbers we've ever had.
Nope.
We have the highest poll numbers we've ever had, and
Nope.
you know, there are those, I don't want to ever say this, you know, Bing, I don't know if this is wood or plastic, you can't tell nowadays.
Laminate. It's called laminate.
I think it's plastic.
Also, I don't give a shit whether it's plastic or wood. It doesn't go bing, bing when you knock on it.
Is there any wood around? Oh, there's
In your case, I'm going to go with no. Hold on. Hold on. My audio gets like weird. It's like the dance remix.
Once it was reluctantly aroused. It was hard to arouse, and it is hard.
I don't know why that does that. It's so very weird.
Peace. But we have the best poll numbers we've ever had, and I think a lot of it is the weaponization of justice. Here I am like an idiot.
Yeah.
Or, as I call it, the weaponization of injustice, because that's what it is. And they'll use that on these great congressmen
No, they won't.
that I just introduced.
No, they won't.
Because I have a platform that's a very big platform, and I can tell and talk to the voters, whether it's on television or I can do whatever, I can get it out, and I have done it, and probably a pretty good job. You see this case that's in New York, this fake case with a highly
It's a real case. You could go to jail, dum-dum.
conflicted judge.
No, you believe he has conflicts of interest. It is not conflicted.
So conflicted, there's
Conflicted is not the word.
probably
stupid.
no judge maybe in history that's been as conflicted as this
Stop saying conflicted. God damn it.
guy, and he refuses to recuse himself. But I'm able to talk about things, although I do have a gag order. I can't talk about the things I want to talk about, because what I talk about is just on the surface. Because if I go in, they want to put me in jail. Can you believe? They want to put me in jail if I say the truth. So I can't talk about certain things. It says you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that, you can't talk. But those are the best things. But we
Why also, dude, you know it doesn't affect what goes on in the actual courtroom.
talk about the things I can talk about.
Oh, what did I miss something? Hold on. Did Peter? Peter gifting the subs. Thank you so much, Peter. Oh my God, thank you so much. Yeah, you can. Are those? Sorry, I can't see it on my end. Was that YouTube or was that Twitch? I couldn't see it on there. So either way, thank you so much. I guess yeah, I really appreciate that. Oh, it's YouTube. Thank you so much. Can you feel the subs tonight? Can you feel it from Peter? Oh, yes.
About it has to be unconstitutional. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I don't have to. I'm watching it on TV every day, dumb fuck.
You've won the Republican nomination for President of the United States, and you have a local judge.
And people have dropped out, and you're still losing a third of the vote to them, even though you were already president once. Yeah.
Appointed by Democrat politicians. He was appointed. He didn't win the election. He's appointed. And he said,
yeah, just like Eileen Cannon. What's your fucking point?
I'm going to.
Oh, can we speed him up? I don't know. That's right. This is it's not a bad idea. Let's see if maybe it makes it more tolerable.
Put a gag order on the Republican Party's presidential candidate. Think of that. I'm going to put a gag order. So when people ask me questions, I'll have to say, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. And they're easy questions. They're like softballs. They're so easy to answer.
Uh-huh. Then answer them in a complicated way that doesn't violate the gag order, stupid.
But I'm able to speak to the people, and the people understand, and we're well into the 80s and even more than that, and they see how fake it is. And so many of the politicians, like the ones I just mentioned, and others, many of them that aren't here from all over the country, they go to the trial and they watch what's going on. But we had a big day on Friday, didn't we? Didn't we have a big day?
Yeah. Kind of ate shit today, though. And even though the big day part, it was like, did you lie? And Cohen's like, yeah, that's what he paid me to do.
But they want to rig that just like they rigged the presidential election of.
Really? So they're gonna stuff the the jurors' ballot box?
2020. They want to rig it. This is their form of rigging, and it only happens in third world countries. Never happened here. It's a disgrace what's going on. But with me in the White House, the radical gun grabbers will run straight into a very, very powerful brick wall. Their dreams of taking away your God-given rights will die when the polls close on November 5th, 2024. Those dreams that
yeah, how many years have they been selling this shit?
They have will be dead. They will be dead dreams.
They will be dead dreams.
Every promise I made, every single promise I made you as a candidate, I kept as your president. Look at all the things we did. Taxes.
Bullshit. Mexico didn't pay for the fucking wall, dummy. And yes, I sped it up. It's a little weird, though. So I'll do it if he goes into another boring tirade. But no, he didn't. Where's your fucking healthcare plan?
Biggest tax cut in history.
Which Mitch McConnell had on his fucking desk when you were running for office.
Biggest regulation cuts in history.
Again, yeah, that's why you have trains crashing in fucking Ohio.
Greatest economy in the history of our country.
Bullshit.
Larry Kudlow was on last night. He was on, I think, Sean Hannity.
Really? Both those guys hate your guts.
Another great guy. A lot of good people out there. We have a lot of great people.
Yeah, try to pick people that weren't clients of Michael Cohen's also.
People that get the word out. But Larry Kudlow was out and he was comparing our economy to Biden's economy. He says, not even close. I mean, we had the greatest economy ever. And he's got an economy that is so bad with inflation, no matter what.
Oh, it's so bad. Like, nobody's going anywhere. Bread lines, everybody just standing outside. It looks like 1929 in color.
What happened? You can never override. Inflation is a country buster. It has been for hundreds of years. You go back to Germany of old. It's a country buster.
Yeah, that's Hitler rode inflation into office. That's what he's counting on.
And it's busting our country, and it's
we're busting. Oh, it's so busty.
It's destroying our people.
Yeah, our people are weak people who can't. I mean, they can't stand up to this. I mean, imagine if they lived in Turkey, or Hungary, or or Russia.
Just as I pledged back in 2016, I appointed nearly 300 pro-Constitution judges to interpret the law as written. It's a record, by the way.
Not anymore.
And I faced
Yeah, Biden actually appointed more.
down vile attacks from the radical left to confirm 3 great Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. They're great.
Yeah, well, one of the things they did was that they did not back you in your weird stop the steal election bullshit. And you remember when you hated them for a while? Good stuff.
Oh, they were thrilled when I got through. You know, a lot of presidents get none because they stay in office. They're usually...
And the party that's currently in power doesn't cheat the sitting president out of one of those seats.
appointed at a young age. It's interesting. I have a friend in New York. He wanted to be a judge so bad. And when he, great lawyer, actually. When I won, he called me. He said, wow, do you believe it? A big real estate lawyer, phenomenal talent, and 69 years old. He said, unbelievable how you did this. Can I be honest? I'd love to give up my practice. He makes a lot of money. I'd like to give up my practice. And I'd like to run. I'd like to be a judge. I'd be a great judge, and he would be a great judge. And I called my people, and I told him, don't worry about it. You're going to be a judge. Congratulations. Then I called up my people, and I said, I have a guy from New York who's an incredible lawyer. He's got the right temperament. He'd be a really great judge. Oh,
And after they stopped laughing,
good, sir. How old is he? I said, he's 69, sir. So he's going to be there for 2, 3, 4 years. We like people in their 30s, so they're there for 50 years or 40 years. We don't want, and as soon as they said that, I realized, yeah, they're exactly right.
that just occurred to you?
So I called up my friend. I said, you're phenomenal. We love you, love you, love you. But will you guarantee that you're going to be there for 25 years? Well, I can't do that. Good. Then I can't appoint you.
Look at this shit. This is the ads running side by side to him.
It's sort of a shame, actually. He would have been great. But, you know, after 3, 4 years, I say, I want to move to Texas, and I want to retire in Texas. A lot of people are moving to Texas.
Yeah, they're not retiring in Texas, dummy. Was it Rudy? It's a good question. I don't think so. I think Rudy was way older.
Standing before you at the NRA.
Because he's 80, right? So, yeah, it might have been him. It might have been close. I don't think it was, though, because, I mean, I don't doubt that Rudy wanted to, but...
Leadership Forum in 2019, I revoked America's signature from the globalist United Nations Armed Trade Treaty, which was one of the worst things to happen.
Oh, my God. He doesn't even know what it is.
But we revoked it. I stood up for our hunters, fishers, and sportsmen like never before.
The fishers? Really? You mean the cracks in the ground where water, like hot water, comes out of? The fishers.
Before no president has ever.
No president has ever stood up for the fishers. You know, especially Old Faithful. It's just been going on by itself the whole time.
Stood up for you, the people in this room, like I did, opening up millions of acres of
the fishers, the gunners, the arrow people.
Federal land and rolling back Barack Hussein Obama's assault on hunting, fishing, and trapping. It was an assault. He didn't want you to hunt. Why? I don't know.
Jesus Christ. You don't even know what the rollback was. What? I mean, literally, this asshole's talking about, like, maybe some lead ammunition stuff that California wants to do. I don't even know what he's referring to directly, but more than likely it's like using ATVs in national parks and shit like that.
They usually blame the environment. It's the environment. And I stopped cold.
God damn, the sniffing.
All their efforts to...
This is like... he's going back to the original batch.
To take away your ammunition. You know, those efforts are big. The ammunition, has anyone noticed? They're going after the ammunition.
Uh-huh. Hey, you know how they're going after the ammunition, by the way? Yeah, he's starting to crash. That's why the sniffing happens. You know why they're going after the ammunition? Because these fucking commie gun owners get cheap ammunition because they buy the U.S. military makes a ton of bullets and ammunition of all sorts in these factories, like the Winchester factories and places like that, and then they make too much on purpose in case we need it, and if they don't need it, they sell the overstock cheaper, so it floods the market with cheap ammo. And Biden rolled that back, and like, we're only going to make the military's only going to make ammo for our military, not just dump it on the fucking street so gang members and fucking human traffickers can buy it, and psychopaths.
When the radical left Democrats tried to use COVID to shut down gun sales during the China virus, I proudly designated gun and ammunition retailers as critical infrastructure so they couldn't touch it. They tried.
What the fuck for?
Many of the gun
Again, this is just idiotic. It was just a suck up.
dealers are in this room. They came up to me backstage a couple of
He said, my store was open. You let me have my store open, and people wanted my store open. They get all mad, but nobody ever came in because nobody wanted to go out and fucking die to buy ammo.
of my men. I said I was so
Kind of counterintuitive.
honored to be called critical. I was critical. He was critical. I've never been called critical in my life. You gave me this powerful designation. But we did that, and it really
Oh my God. No one has ever thought I'm worth a fuck.
worked. Word critical was very important because that's
Yeah, it is. It's a very good word. And are you sure he wasn't having a heart attack?
what it is. We have to save our country.
Yeah, a lot of people are critically injured by gunfire. That's a good point.
My administration also petitioned the Supreme Court to overturn New York City's unconstitutional ban on transporting handguns outside the home. They say you can't do it, and we overturned it. And in a landmark case 2 years ago, the court affirmed that the right to self-defense does not end when you step outside the front door of your house.
And gun violence went up precipitously. And gun thefts went up precipitously.
We won it. In my second term, we will roll back every Biden attack on the Second Amendment. The attacks are
Like which one? Which one? Which attack on the Second Amendment? Which one will you roll back? I mean, there's a bunch of them. You know what? Don't tell me all of them. Just pick one. Give me the worst one. What's the worst one?
Fast and Furious start.
Yeah, get
The minute that Crooked Joe shuffles his way out of the White House.
Yeah, I agreed. I have no doubt. Now, what would that be? What would just one of them? Just throw it out there.
At noon on
Wouldn't you have a list?
Inauguration
Maybe he's going to say it.
Day, we will sack the anti-gun fanatic Steve Dettelbach. Have you ever heard of him? He's a disaster. And replace him with an ATF director who respects the sacred rights to keep and bear arms. And remember, every single thing.
Again, what's the fucking gun grab that's happening from the ATF? That they're sending people. The ATF has to be present when they arrest the Jan 6ers.
I told you I did. That's one of the big things is that when I first ran, we ran. And when I first ran, nobody, I did great in business, and did a lot of success, even in show business with The Apprentice and all. But
That's not show business.
I never did this
It's a game show. Simmer down.
before. And I said I was going to do certain things. Every single thing, virtually every single thing that I said we're going to give you the biggest tax cuts. I said we're going to
Did he mention tax cut?
give you the biggest regulation cuts.
Did he say regulation cut?
I said we're going to give you Space Force.
Did you? He ran. I didn't realize he ran on giving us Space Force. That's the biggest tax cut, biggest regulation cut. Of course, same bill already on Mitch McConnell's desk when he showed up, so nothing he had to craft. And Space Force.
Going to rebuild our military, which we did. I said we were going to build hundreds of miles of wall, which we did. We had 200 miles of.
No. You didn't say I'm going to build hundreds of miles of wall. You said you were going to build a big wall across the entire southern border, and Mexico was going to pay for it 100%. Back the fuck up.
Wall ready to go. And they decided, then we had the rigged election, and they decided not to put them up. And they sold that very expensive wall. It's exactly what the Border Patrol wanted. Exactly. I wanted nice, beautiful 40, 50-foot concrete plank. They didn't like that. And I did everything
Because the wind would blow it over?
they wanted. even the repellent panel on the top, it stops you. It's called an anti-climb panel. You can't climb over it. We had people
Yeah, you can't climb over it except the people that do, of course.
that climb Mount Everest. We had all different walls built so that we got the best one. They couldn't climb this one, and the
What? Okay, asshole. Like you do know we've seen videos of people climbing it with like a $2 rope ladder they made from shit at Home Depot. You could climb over that wall with shit you buy at Hobby Lobby, you dumb motherfucker.
I didn't like the panel on top. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but there's an anti-climb panel on top, but it makes it very hard for people to get over the walls. They could scoot up those walls. It was incredible. And we built everything, and now you know what they did? We had 200 miles that would have been put up.
What? Also, what the fuck are you talking about? He didn't like the anti-climb panel because it didn't look good, but he was hoping what do you want to do? Sharpen the top of the motherfucker like it was for King Kong?
We built 571 miles of wall.
571? How much? Sorry, I missed it. What? How many was it?
Miles that would have been put up. We built 571 miles of wall.
Yeah, 571.
And we had the safest border in history. I got Mexico to give us soldiers, all of the things I did. But these people, they took the 200 miles of wall that could have been flipped up and thrown up, and there was sitting
on private or Indian land, which legally you cannot do, and he wouldn't have won the eminent domain fight. And plus, he didn't want to. He wanted it all to be in Texas because he thinks the entire southern border is just Texas. So he didn't want to give extra parts of it to Arizona and to California.
They're ready to be
because he's fucking stupid.
Installed, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. I don't even know what the hell does anybody want that wall for, right?
Yeah, it's shit. You're right. I don't know who thought it up, but the construction is terrible.
Maybe other countries are buying it to use for their wall. Probably that's it, for 5 cents on the dollar. On day one, we will seal the border. We will stop the invasion.
What are you going to do, spackle the slat fence shut?
And we will send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home right where they belong.
Right where we belong.
Right where they belong.
So how are you going to do that? You're going to go door to door asking people to show their papers? That sounds American.
They're going back home where they belong. And we start with the criminals, and there are many, many criminals.
Yeah, just start with them. You'll be busy with that for a while. Because Biden's not sending them out. I mean, he is. By way more than you did, but still.
Less than 4 years ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history.
Thanks, COVID.
We ended catch and release, built tremendous
and Title 42 made recidivism the numbers game.
Numbers of miles of border wall like nobody thought possible. I took it out of the military because I considered it an invasion of our country.
Right, and it isn't.
And I got Mexico to send 28,000 soldiers to our border free of charge.
Why didn't you send them to Mexico's southern border, since the primary number of people crossing at that point were not Mexican, but were people that were crossing through Mexico, and it would stop them at the southern border of Mexico? Why don't you say, hey, don't send them to our border, we got our border covered. You send them to your southern border to keep these folks from crossing into your state and then trying to find a way up to our place. How about that? Saves you the trouble, saves us the trouble. Oh, I'm just fucking around. Put them on ours because I would like to. I like slavery.
Do you think that was easy to do? I told the president of Mexico, I need 28,000.
Did you sniff right before you said it?
1,000 soldiers free of charge to guard our border. Oh, Donald, oh, President. He was laughing. He thought I was kidding. I said, no, they have to be free of charge. You'll do it. I know you'll do it. There's no question that you're going to do it. They come through Mexico along with the drugs, which, by the way, are now 10 times greater coming through fentanyl and all, coming through our border than it.
No, they're not. Also, spotting them and finding them is not the same as the number increasing. If you detect it, you're going to have a number go up. Up to that point, you had no idea how much was coming through.
It was just 4 years ago, 10 times greater.
Bullshit.
It's even more than that, I believe, but they're estimating at least 10 times.
At least. Yeah, just keep making it up. It doesn't sound scary enough.
But I said, I need your soldiers, and you'll give them to us free of charge. He said, no, 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 I will not do that, Donald. He thought it was so funny. I said, do me a favor. And he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. He's a radical
Not recognizing the accent, though. Are you sure he's from Mexico?
socialist.
Because he sounds like your Afghan and your Chinese guy.
And that's fine. I don't care. I don't care. But he was a good guy. I said, do me a favor. Look, I don't like negotiating with you. It's sort of unpleasant. I want to negotiate with you people. And I
You people?
said, so do you have somebody that can negotiate a little bit on this subject and others? And he said, yes, I will send Jose whoever.
Jose whoever. Jose whoever. That's Mexicans to this motherfucker. Jose whoever. Hey, real quick, I know there's a lot of shit he said in this mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC. Can somebody, would it be too much to ask for you to just kind of step on this shit a little bit? Maybe just bring up the fact that he said Jose whoever about the person that was going to be the trade negotiator for Mexico at some point. And you're just going to let that slide? Pretend the rest of this fucking talk was normal?
To see you.
Jose whoever got a big laugh.
And a few days later, a man comes into Washington. He had the most beautiful clothing I've ever seen. I'm telling you, he was wearing suits. In fact, other than it probably would sound bad for the negotiation, I wanted to ask him, who is your tailor? But I didn't think that was a good way to start off the negotiation.
Why not?
And
What do you think the good way is? Like, nice suit, asshole.
I said to him,
Honest to God, I'm sure he was going, well, it's not Men's Warehouse, I'll tell you that right now.
I want to do this. I went to the Border Patrol and ICE, who are phenomenal people. And I went to everybody who has anything to do with the border and our country.
Anybody? That's a lot of people.
And safety and immigration. I said, give me a top 10 list. I want everything. I want everything. I'll get it all. Sir, you won't get any of this stuff. We've been trying to get it for 30 years from Mexico. I said, that's okay. 100% I'll get it. Anyway, they gave us stay in Mexico policy. In other words, people have to stay in Mexico. They don't come into our country. They stay in Mexico. And they gave us catch and release into Mexico, not catch and release into our country. They gave us many
This is bullshit. He's talking about Title 42 because of the pandemic.
things, various illness situations where people.
Various illness situation, basically where he would make the argument that Mexican people and South Americans are riddled with disease and just use disease in general, AIDS, the clap, whatever, as a reason to keep human beings out.
Many things, various illness situations where people that are ill with contagious diseases, right, Doc Ronnie? They pour into our country like it's like, let's just accept everybody and let's spread illness all over our country. So we.
But it's a plandemic.
Had that taken care of. We had everything. We had 10. So the guy comes in from Mexico, and I say, here's what I want. I want 28,000 soldiers free of
Bullshit.
charge. I want remaining.
Why that number? Why not 30? Why not 25? Why 28,000? Because it sounds like a number they came up with because that's how many people they have on their entire border patrol. It sounds like they already have those people. Like, that's how many people work their northern border, the entire area.
Mexico. I want catch and release into Mexico. They never heard of this. And he's like, he's going, President, we won't do that. Why would we do this? Are we stupid? Why would we do this? I said, you're going to do it 100%. What, you don't think you're going to do it? Of course you're going to do it. No, I'm not going to do it. I said, yes, you are going to do it 100%.
And he said, no, I'm not. I'm like, yes, you are. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And he's like, no way. And I'm like, way.
He goes, no way. I said, way.
Right. This is the same shit. Like, yeah, this is how this is a grown people having a conversation that didn't happen.
I said, way, you're going to do it. And now he's not laughing at me because he's trying to figure what the hell's going on with this guy. He's saying no, and I'm saying yes. I said, no, 100% you're going to do it. He said, no, I'm not. And I said, here's what's happening. It's Friday evening. On Monday morning at 7 o'clock, Every single car that you send into our country, you know, they've stolen 32% of our car industry over the years, not during my administration, by the way. But over the years, they've taken a huge chunk out of Michigan. And by the way, that's why I'm leading.
Hold on. They have not. The car companies have moved their shit south. It's not the same thing. What the fuck are you talking about? These are American car companies. We're not overrun with Mexican cars, you fucking weirdo. These are Chevys.
In Michigan, because people see what they've done to the jobs and the cars and the building, the manufacturing.
They didn't do anything. The big three moved their factories down there because it was cheaper labor, stupid. And because of things like NAFTA and USMCA, they could move them down there and still not be tariffed. The fuck is he talking about?
Manufacturing of cars is just horrible, and Mexico has taken a tremendous amount of that business away. I mean, they're building massive car plants again in Mexico. I had it stop. Some of the biggest plants in the world. You know who's building a lot of them? China.
Right. And Biden is shutting that shit down. That's the changes in USMCA that he doesn't want to talk about. The renegotiation, it's not them, it's us. We are strengthening the definition of country of origin. Stupid.
Is building car plants in Mexico to sell cars into the United States. And I told them the other day, don't do it because you're going to be charged 100% tariff, which makes it impossible to sell the cars into it. And you're building these big monster plants, and you're wasting a lot of money doing it because we're not going to accept any of those cars.
We're already doing that. We're already telling them no.
We're not going to lose our jobs to monster plants that are being built along the border to sell into the United States because they have a guy like Crook.
You think he knows that Russia's biggest embassy in the world is in Mexico? Of course he does.
Get Joe Biden as president.
You know who else knows? Ted fucking Cruz, that's who.
Who's accepted money. He's a Manchurian candidate. He's accepted money from China, from Russia, from Ukraine.
From Russia?
From everywhere.
But he's playing both sides of this thing? What is he, fucking Tom from Miller's Crossing?
If that were a Republican, he would have been given the electric chair. They would have brought back the death penalty.
Think about what protecting Bernie loses us. Thinking about what turning him over gives us. Come on, Tom. You know I don't like to think. Well, think about starting.
He's gotten away most.
Hey, Tom, what's the rumpus?
He's the most crooked. He's also the most crooked president we've ever had.
Bernie Burn Bomb, I pay off to you like a greengrocer.
And to put it to
fucking love that movie. Love Miller's Crossing. Every single frame of that movie is a fucking picture you could hang on your wall.
Spin it a little bit. He's a threat to democracy. You know, they like to say I'm a threat to democracy. What the hell have I done?
You had your people attack the Capitol, dumb fuck.
All I've done is and
you're planning on pardoning the people that attacked the Capitol.
No wars, except
Afghanistan, Syria. You moved our troops to Saudi Arabia to be human shields against the Houthis.
We defeated ISIS, and we defeated them brutally.
No, you didn't.
And quickly.
No, you didn't. The idea was you broke up the caliphate, and then as soon as the caliphate was strategically broken up by the borders of certain countries, you fucking gave up. You left the Kurds to the fucking Turks, and you bugged out of Syria and left our bases to the goddamn Russians.
Quickly.
Who basically used it as a staging point to help the Iranians get a hold of Iraq. You think Trump's going to take a helicopter anytime soon? I don't think so.
And I said to this handsome, beautiful, well-dressed man, no, you're going to do that because on Monday morning we're putting a tariff of 25% on everything that comes in, and then a month later it's going to 50, and then a month later it goes to 75, and then a month later it goes to 100, and that's where I'm going to stop. I think that's enough. And that's more money than the money we're asking for, the 28,000 soldiers and the other things, by a factor of about 5. And it's going to take place on Monday morning. And
By the way, he says that to make it sound like he's doing some sort of math in his head. That's more than a factor of 5. He's making that shit up. None of this happened before. It's like this guy at the end of the bar who always adds more yards to the big touchdown he won in high school. That's what this shit is.
I had an order on my desk, and I said, I'm signing the order right now so you can see it. Oh, but Mr. President, may I please take 5 minutes to make a call back to my country? And I said, let me guess, you're going to call the president, my friend, who is my friend. He's a great guy, but he likes Mexico and I like us. I mean, what can I tell you, right? That's the deal. Just like President Xi, he likes China. And
no, he does not.
And I like the USA. That's why they paid billions of dollars that no other president got 10 cents.
10 Cent is a company.
So
that's everybody in his cabinet was saying he can't go against 10 Cent, and he didn't. And he thinks it means 10 cents. 10 Cent is the company that is like their big media company over there, and is their big overseas Weibo.
May I take a moment to make a call? Yes, you may. Please hurry up because I have other appointments. He comes back about 3 minutes later. We have decided to provide you, sir, with 28,000 soldiers free of charge, of course. And it is our great honor to do so. And in addition to that, we will have a stay in Mexico policy where all of these criminals
bullshit
that are coming into our country will stay in Tijuana. You had to see Tijuana. This was breathtaking to see this.
What the fuck?
They weren't allowed into our country. Got everything. And
what the ever-loving hell is he talking about? What happened in Tijuana all of a sudden? He's just adding this to it.
The woman from the State Department, a very nice woman, very, very good, very loyal to the country, but a lousy negotiator. She said, I've been working on this for 25 years. I said, I've been working on it for about 2 hours, and I got everything. I got everything. And then when this guy,
yeah, Jose, whoever.
And then when this guy with no IQ, he's a low IQ individual, our president. Think of this. We have a low IQ individual as our president.
Oh, you mean the guy that kicked your ass from the basement, apparently? A guy who can't put two sentences together, can't walk across the stage, but kicked your ass in the last election and has challenged you to a golf game, and all you can do is bitch about what you think his score is?
And he's dealing with steel. He's dealing with President Xi. We will start negotiation now. There's no games.
What? There's lots of games. What are you talking about? How's phase 2 and phase 3 of your fucking trade deal going?
He's dealing with Putin.
That's right. Is it on the same part of your desk along with your healthcare plan?
He's dealing with Kim Jong-un. He's dealing with Macron.
No, he's not dealing with Kim Jong-un. His State Department is dealing with the issue of Kim Jong-un, but he's not making deals with Kim Jong-un because fuck Kim Jong-un.
Of France.
We haven't heard from that motherfucker in a long time. He's got more problems than she does right now.
That's another one. He charged our companies 25% tax. I said to Mnuchin and the other people, go and tell them we're not going to have our companies pay 25% tax to France. Why would they do that? Why would they do that?
Because they only have a couple of industries, and we're a much bigger country. And if we start dumping, sparkling white wine into the champagne areas over there, they'll lose the backbone of their fucking economy. The same reason you were threatening Mexico with fucking tariffs, dummy.
I said, you have a week. You get them to withdraw that tax immediately. And they came back and they said it doesn't work. I said, you have another day and then I'll make a call. And they came back and they said, we can't do it. They've already passed it. I said, that's okay. Let me go. Get me Emmanuel Macron of France. Please get me. You don't mind if I go off the cuff for these stupid teleprompters, do you? Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a frickin' teleprompter? Isn't that nice?
Well, you're repeating the same shit. It'd be weirder if you didn't have this dumbass story memorized already, but this sounds like the same kind of old man blather. This is Grandpa telling me the same story over and over and over again.
Isn't that a nice thing?
No. No, because somebody that works for you probably wouldn't let you put Jose whoever in the fucking teleprompter. You racist prick.
So I said, let me handle it. So they're going to charge American companies this massive amount of tax to do business in France. Who the hell wants to do business in France? Why should they do that? So they couldn't do it. They came in and said, sir, I'm sorry, sir, it's too late. I said, it's not too late. It's never too late. They're ripping off our country, and it's an embarrassment to our country. It's not too late. I said...
And it's not. Who the fuck was grinding over cheese sales to France in particular? Wouldn't you want to compete on the world stage with French cheese? Because that's what this was about. It's about wine and cheese, and like that's the only exports from fucking France he even understands, right? So why wouldn't you want to just sell it to other countries and compete with France on volume and quality? Right?
Get me.
I don't give a fuck if we're selling wine and cheese into France.
Get me Macron to France right away. I want right away. And Emmanuel Macron, he's the leader of France, and he's a nice man, but he...
Yeah, just all they had to do was call Melania's suite, right? He was just hanging out, right? They were just talking.
Loves France. They all love their countries or feel an obligation to their country.
Yeah, what's the difference?
But they love their country. But I love this country more than I love just about anything, right?
Just about? No. I don't. What are our options here? Because again, you're on your third fucking wife, so I don't know what love means to you. You served your dumbest kid up to the courts, and you ignore the rest of them. You talk about Barron like he's a fucking stranger's kid.
I mean, I love my family too. You know, I always have to preface that because the fake news back there would say he doesn't love his family.
It's nice to know it's starting to get through.
So I always have to preface it. I love.
Yeah, you have to say it because you don't show it. It's so weird. It's almost like if you showed it, they wouldn't be able to say it.
My family so much, and I love my country so much. I love things, but I love our country, and I feel
I love things. There's a little truth slips out.
An obligation. So I say, I'll do it. Get me Macron. So Macron, leader of France, gets on the phone. Emmanuel.
It's a great fucking story.
Oh, how are you? His name is Emmanuel. Beautiful.
Yeah, we know.
Beautiful name, especially when it's spoken in French. Emmanuel.
Yeah, I know. You're thinking his French accent sounds like his Chinese, Argentinian, Afghanistan, Vietnam, North Korean, Mexican accent.
Emmanuel, how are you? Oh, Donald, I am so good. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for asking. How's your wife? His wife is lovely, by the way. And I say, how's your wife?
He thinks the same of yours.
My wife is so good. Thank you so much for asking. I said, Emmanuel, I understand that you are going to charge American companies 25% for the privilege of doing business in France. Oh, yes, oh, yes. This was passed by our legislature. Oh, yes, we are doing.
Did he sniff too? So you and what? Were you guys discussing this over just a pile of blow?
And that, well, it's not going to happen, Emmanuel. No, Donald, it is happening. No, it's not going to happen, Emmanuel. You're going to withdraw it immediately. I don't care if it's signed or not. It's irrelevant. No, we cannot do that. We cannot.
I gotta say, this is just bullshit.
Not do that. This has taken place. We have talked about this for a long time within France. I said, that's good. I talked about this for a long time in my country, too, about 3 hours. And I said, Emmanuel, here's a story. If you don't withdraw that tax immediately, on Wednesday morning, this was a Monday, I work all different days. I don't discriminate.
You mean days of the week?
This was a Monday. I said, Emmanuel.
What do you mean? Normally you don't work Mondays?
If you don't withdraw that tax, I'm going to charge you
For all the blow we're both snorting right now.
A 100% tariff on all wine and champagne that comes into the United States, and it will start effective immediately.
And then they'll sue us like the IMF or the World Bank, for unfair trade practices, and we'll lose, and we'll owe them interest on money that they would have made. Garbage.
And he said, no, Donald, you cannot do that. That would be very unfair. I said, no, charging a tax to our company is very unfair. I said, you have 5 minutes to tell me you're going to do it or you're not going to do it. I will call you back, Donald. I must check. He calls me, Donald, I have been able to stop this legislation.
Bullshit.
And I'm pleased to inform you that we will not be charging you that tax. But now I understand they're charging, or they're doing something very similar, and a lot.
Yeah, it's something very similar. I don't know. They're doing something. I don't remember. It's, but obviously and if they're not, they're going to.
It's already been passed again because they have a president that's incompetent. And you know what?
They?
I have great respect for the office of the president. I would never talk this way. I didn't talk like this until I got indicted. Once they indicted
Fuck you talking? It's shit on Biden all the time.
me, I said the gloves are off. This guy did something that you can't do. Even Hillary Clinton,
By the way, this is the gloves are off. You just whining.
we didn't want to do that. You don't want to hurt our country like that and divide our country.
Then why would you chant lock her up?
This guy, this horrible guy, indicted a man that's running for office
Who? Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
on the two-party system. Always going to be a two-party system, by the way. They can have all the games they want, but we have a two-party system. It was devised that way. That's good. That's fine. But they took the leading candidate who has the Republican, essentially has the Republican
Essentially.
nomination,
Not quite.
and very importantly, is leading their candidate by a lot.
Nope.
We're leading in every poll, every single poll, leading in the swing states, everything.
Romney was beating Obama at this point, too, I think.
And they've indicted
How did that work out?
him, so they did this in order to hurt his political opponent. This is a political thing. The indictments are nonsense, and you see that when you watch the television and the news.
Yeah, when I watch the television, when you're watching the television, yeah.
Reports, even though fake news, CNN, and fake tech, do you know fake Tapper is going to be one of the people? But they said to me the other day, sir, CNN with fake Tap, and he is a fake, but let's see how he does. I think he's under a lot of pressure, to be fair. But fake Tapper is going to be heading up the team that interrogates you. I said, that's okay. I accept the debate. I accept it. You know why?
Interrogates you. You think he got court on his fucking mind?
Because nobody thought he was going to debate. They didn't think I'd accept it. I accept. Then
No, that nobody thought you would, because you ditched out of the debates, and you literally had somebody close enough where they were in double digits.
another one called. They put out another one. I said, I accept. They didn't even tell me where it was, who it was. I didn't care. What the hell difference does it make? I mean, So we did something that they were shocked at. They had no idea that, they figured, well, we're not going to do CNN, and we're not going to have Tapper be the guy. And we're not going to.
Asshole, you said anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere means you don't get to say. They didn't give a shit. Nobody cared. If you say anytime, anywhere, they're like, all right, this one and this one.
Have other people involved in that show that, they thought.
Show?
There was no negotiation. I said, I accept anything you want. Let's debate. And now they're shocked. They don't know what the hell to do because they have a.
Well, I think he's just going to debate you is what's going to happen.
Right. But just remember this. We'll go back and finish.
Yeah, please. Go back and then please finish.
There is a genius to what I'm doing. You do know that. I go from here to there, and it all
Yeah, it all comes together
comes
in the
back
end.
into a beautiful picture.
It totally does. Oh, you mean where you wander around for a while and then you go back to the teleprompter for the ending part?
It really, do you notice?
Yeah, it totally does this. Spirals out of control. I think that's the international gesture for spiraling out of control.
It all
Fuck, this is dull.
comes back into a beautiful picture, great memory. It's a beautiful. Free health care for illegal. Look,
Yeah, he's got a great memory.
action replays in magnified fortune. Beautiful thing. But remember what they're going to do.
What?
If this horrible,
Yeah, I'm with you. Beautiful memory. It all comes together.
low IQ individual who's representing us, if this horrible person who's done such a bad job, worst president in history by far, if this horrible individual finishes the debate, which I think he will, if he's standing, they'll say it was a brilliant performance.
Yeah, but that would be your fault because you're the one saying he can't put two sentences together. That's why.
It was a brilliant performance. They've never seen anything like it. Very much reminiscent of the days of FDR. You know, FDR was had a beautiful patrician voice, magnificent voice, great debater, very smart man. You know, FDR, 16 years, almost 16 years. He was
Yeah, we put a stop to that shit.
four-term. I don't know. Are we going to be considered three-term or two-term? You tell me. Ronnie, what do you think? Are we?
2 max. That's why you're losing a lot of votes. A lot of people want a Republican that could run again.
Three-term or two-term if we win. But think of it. They're going to say, wonderful. Now, he did that State of
Yeah, he's a one-termer. Don't worry about
the
it.
Union the other day. He was high as a kite.
Yeah, this part I don't know what he means. I think this is just because Trump knows that once the sun goes down, he has a real problem. And he's high as a kite right now.
So I think we should call for drug tests on the debate. Yeah. We're going to call for drug tests.
Yeah, and you'll just make sure you don't bring Ronnie's pee this time.
We're going to call for drug tests. So anyway, so Macron calls. See what I mean? Look, I start. Even I say to myself, you're a frickin' genius. Hey, look, I had an uncle, my father's brother.
Oh, God. You mean because you only have 3 stories you can tell?
Who's the longest serving president? Not.
Yeah, he's the longest serving president. Yeah, genius. You're a friggin' genius. Your uncle was the longest serving president of.
He's the longest serving professor in the history of MIT.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So it's probably just, probably genes. You know what I mean? You're just smart by accident.
He graduated. He was a phenomenal student, a real genius, really brilliant guy. And, I believe in the racehorse theory.
Really? Explain Eric.
Fast horses produce fast horses. He went to MIT, graduated.
Again, the fucking eugenics, racist bullshit that stacks on top of that is just fucking gross.
They said, we'd love to have you be a professor. He was there for, I think, 41 years. He's the longest serving.
Why didn't they just ask you to be one, as soon as you became of age, knowing that, fast horses produce donkey shits like you?
Professor of the history of MIT. It's nice to know. Do you think Biden has that in his family? I don't think so.
So you just have disdain for anybody who doesn't have a family member who was in MIT? Is that the idea?
I don't think so. I may be wrong. Let's check. So Macron calls me back. See, this is the final of the stories. Macron calls me back.
And says the same thing the dude from Mexico said?
And he said, Donald, we have agreed to do what you want. We will not charge the tax. How sad is that? There are so many different things, like buying Air Force One, saying I'm not going to pay for it, and not signing the contract. I said, who negotiated the contract? Barack Hussein Obama. Then I'm not signing it. Well, why would you do that? Because I know it's too expensive. I didn't know anything about the plane.
Right. I think that settles it right there. Literally, Air Force One, you can survive a nuclear war. The president can continue the continuity of our government under, a horrible attack. And this fucker's like, whatever. As long as it's got, I don't know, does it have a bar?
It's too expensive. And I was able to cut $1.6 billion off the price.
No, he wasn't.
Over a period of 2 months with Boeing. We have a lot of stories we could tell.
It's the same stories.
But the saddest thing of all is that
These people are there about the Second Amendment and you're boring as fuck.
crooked Joe Biden has turned your state and the entire country into a dumping ground
Sorry, the NRA is a state now?
for the world. In Venezuela, violent crime is down at
Oh, this
levels that
bullshit.
they've never seen before. It was 67% 3 weeks ago. It's now down to 72%. It's down. Violent crime is down. Would you ever hear
It was at 67 and now it's at 72 and that's down. Okay.
that? You know, if it goes down 1%, we say, oh, it's so great. Down 72% because all of their inmates, their mental patients, and the dreck from deep
The Drek.
in the basements of their most vile prisons, and they're depositing them all into our country. All their gang members in Caracas, Venezuela. Caracas, wonderful city if you'd like to. Actually, it's going to turn out to be a lot safer than our cities because all the criminals are being sent to us. In fact, I'll invite you. In fact, I have an idea for the NRA. Let's have the next year's meeting in Venezuela where it's going to be a lot safer than our country.
Jesus Christ. Fuck you, dude.
Venezuela will have no crime because all of their criminals will be deposited, so Ronnie will go together.
Yes, so let me get this straight. While your wife is with Emmanuel Macron, you and Doc Ronnie are going to take a private trip to Venezuela together
Okay,
with Wayne LaPierre.
Congressman Fallon, we're going to go together. We'll all take a trip together.
Yeah. Yes, and I am right. He is high as a kite.
And we're going to go, and we're going to get Dan and the whole group, and we're going to go to Venezuela because we want a crime-free environment, okay? That's what's happening.
Please do. I mean, it's down 72% anyways. It must be lower than Dallas. Get the fuck out of there. Head there now and stay.
That's what's happening. Think of
And then that way, the president of Venezuela can come out and go, they're sending, America's sending us all their criminals.
it. They're down 72% now from last year in violent crime. Biden wants to disarm American citizens while he floods our country with Biden migrant crime. Now, while we're here, has anyone ever heard of the snake? The snake.
Oh, fuck me. Really? What, are you just running dry on shit?
Should I do it now or not? Should I?
It's in the teleprompter.
I mean, look, let's face it. It's a Saturday afternoon. We have nothing to do.
Jesus, that's true.
It's like a time, it's sort of like a Death Valley time. You know, in television terms, they call it Death Valley.
Oh, you mean when Mark Levin's show is on?
When you're on Saturday afternoon,
Yeah, him and Brian Kilmeade. That's when their show is on. That's the Death Valley time. Thanks for bringing it up.
they say you got Death Valley. So let's do this. It's better, right? Is this better than going home and turning on television and falling
That's what people do?
asleep?
By the way, that's what he does. I mean, a little slice of life. That's what Trump does. He goes home, turns on the television, and falls asleep. It's his nap time. But he's gacked out of his fucking brain, so he's just going with what he knows.
Being bored. Do it? Yes, yes, yes. So this is sort of a metaphor,
Sort of.
and it has to do with immigration.
I thought it was just a true story about a talking fucking
And it
snake.
has to do with the people coming into our country.
In case you're too stupid to realize how racist this is, he'll explain the racism to you.
That are wrong. You can't
That are wrong. They're just wrong, you know?
let criminals into our country and expect good things to happen. It's the snake. It was an old rock and roll song, not having anything to do with what we're talking about.
It's an allegory for a bad relationship, I think, but
Then we made certain changes.
we made certain changes. You mean you took the melody out, read it like somebody who's been hit in the head with a shovel?
And it's pretty good, and I think it describes it, and people like it, and they like
Ugh.
it a lot. Although
They do. They really like it. It's good. It's good.
they're very sad when they hear it because it's what's happening.
Yeah, they feel bad for the snake.
On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake,
Like, this will never stop being embarrassing.
A tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been
He's a fucking grown man. Like, imagine if this was just he just picked a Dr. Seuss story or some shit.
all frosted with the dew.
All frosted with the dew.
Poor thing, she cried, I'll take you in and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake.
He's already vicious? Is vicious in there that early in the song?
She wrapped him up all cozy in a cup.
Right, you want a mongoose? Right. Can I go up there and read the story of the mongoose? Shut up, you big fat asshole. Shut your fucking trap. Or I will release my mongoose on you and bite you in the crapper.
Comforter of silk, and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk.
Like an idiot. It's like some sort of Bible bullshit.
She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in.
You're already in. What are you've been here all day and you haven't cleaned a thing. This sucks. If I find a snake on the street, I expect you to do at least some mild chores.
For heaven's sake, take me in, O tender woman, sighed that vicious snake.
Oh, a vicious snake. I'm done with that page.
She clutched him to her bosom.
Which is really weird.
You're so
I think he just likes saying bosom.
beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite.
Well, he's vicious snake. I mean, what other kind of bite is he going to give her at this point? I mean, it's right there in the title. I don't know what. I mean, the song should be called "The Vicious Snake" because he's always calling him that. You know, just of course he's going to give a vicious bite if that's the kind of snake he is.
Take me in, O tender woman.
I think this song is about the clap, really.
Take me in, for heaven's sake.
Where was I?
Take me in, O tender woman.
Boring part.
The vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me. But why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew.
Really? He smiled? That's odd.
Damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Right? That's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing. We're just, obviously not all snakes are poisonous, but, you should act as if they are, I think. That's the important thing. If you see a snake of any sort, just kill them. Yeah. That's the lesson you take away is that there are no non-poisonous snakes.
That's what we're doing.
No, we're not.
That's what we're doing.
No, we're not.
We're allowing terrorists into our country. We're allowing prisoners and people from mental institutions.
Well, your friends, yeah. I mean, you're the one who imported your wife.
And insane asylums into our country.
And I think they're different things.
And nothing good is going to happen.
Nothing. None of them are going to invent anything. None of them are going to, obviously the best they can do probably is work at, like Mar-a-Lago for free.
It's actually.
Or, well, not for free, to get their passport back so they can, flee and find help.
A very accurate portrayal of what we're waiting for. We're 100% going to be in big, big trouble. And they're building in numbers that you've never seen before. Even large.
Take me in, you stupid bastard. Take me in, you orange pile of shit. Take me in, said the snake. You're the smelliest thing I ever bit.
Numbers of Chinese warriors are flowing into our country.
Chinese warrior.
They're all aged from 19 to 25.
Yeah, roofing age men.
And almost every one of them is a man. What's that all about? 29,000 over the last
Yeah, most of the men are men. It's true.
month and a half. 29,000 people from China, all men, strong
Bullshit. Not even close. No.
as hell. I looked at them the other day on television. I looked at
Did you? You looked at him the other day on television, did you? What'd you watch him on China Migrant TV?
them. I said, wow, they're pretty strong.
What show were they on? Was it Forensics Files? Immigration Warriors? The Great Escape Chinese immigrant version? Survivor San Diego Cross?
What are they doing? Building a little army in our backyard? How stupid are these people? How stupid. You know, we're the party of common sense. And I say, it's so important because common sense
Yeah, so important.
is the key. Not even conservative, we're very conservative, all that stuff.
Yeah, all that stuff, but whatever.
But we're really common sense. Who wants to have an open border
Nobody. That's what the bill's for.
where people can come in totally unchecked, unvetted?
Yeah, that's not the point of the border at all.
Who wants to have high interest rates, high taxes?
Well, nobody wants high interest rates. That's just a factor of
Who
the
wants to have
economy.
men being able to play in women's sports? Who wants
Nobody. Trans women are different. That's not the same thing.
to have that? Who really wants to have that?
By the way, biggest cheer of the night for a policy
Think of
point.
it. Who wants it?
At the NRA.
We're joined today by a very proud Texan, Debbie Douglas. You've read about Debbie. She's become as famous as me, I think. I'm not happy about this, Debbie. We got to
Jesus.
put an end to this.
We got to put an end to this?
No, Debbie's great, and her family ranch in Edwards County is under invasion from the cartels and the illegal aliens.
That's because they bought property that borders Mexico.
Because of Joe Biden's open border, Debbie
No. Because private land that goes right up to the U.S.-Mexico border is not federal land. You can't build a wall across it.
has been forced to install steel shutters, steel screens, and reinforced door frames all over our home, including on her 8-year-old granddaughter's bedroom window. She's petrified for the life of her granddaughter. After multiple attempted break-ins and attacks, including an attack when illegal border crossers tried to kick in the door and break through that window, Debbie's granddaughter
And do you know this how?
is too afraid to do anything. She wants to go home. I want to go home, Grandma. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here. This place is so dangerous, Grandma. It's
Home?
so scary. This
Home? Wait a minute. What? Where's this kid fucking
whole
staying?
area is a playground, Debbie says. They basically own it. And 4
They own a playground?
years ago, it was safe, and nobody came around because that was Trump, and we had the safest border. We had the best border in the history of our country. But today,
Wait, how long ago?
and 4 years ago, it was safe, and nobody came around because
Oh, 4 years ago. I remember that. Why was nobody coming around 4 years ago? Oh, because COVID. We had more cases than Mexico
that
did.
was Trump, and we had the safest border. We had the best border in the history of our
Oh my God, this is boring.
country. But today, that beautiful little granddaughter wants to go anywhere but that bedroom and that house.
Maybe your parents should just not live on the border where there isn't a barrier between her and a foreign country.
But she said, I'm not going to fear it. I'm not going to let them run me out of here. Debbie is 45 minutes away from the nearest law enforcement without her Second Amendment. She's defenseless. She has
Yeah, there's no problem. She doesn't have one.
no
Good Lord.
chance. That's why Debbie says we are never out of that house without a gun. We have to have a gun. If we don't have a gun, we're
It's great. So it sounds like a great lifestyle. Sounds great. I bet you the property was really cheap.
with dead people. You can't even go out on the porch to have a cup of coffee without being assaulted.
Sounds like a great place. Real Americana. You're sure about that? You can't go out, maybe it's the coffee. Does it just suck that bad? Maybe she's being attacked by Juan Valdez.
with people that have weapons.
Well, of course, they're going to need weapons. You're holding a hot cup of coffee.
Debbie, I promise you I will get the trespassers off your land, out of our country, and your granddaughter
How? What are you going to do? Put spikes on the ground?
will look
Mine the area?
forward to going home with you and sleeping with you in that beautiful little bedroom. So I'd like to ask Debbie to come up and tell us quickly and beautifully about how she's doing.
Quickly, mostly quickly.
I can only say you're coming up, you're going to be happy, Debbie, because we're going to solve your problem immediately once we get into office. Debbie,
You can't. How would you solve it immediately? What are you going to, again, what are you going to do? Put trap, like, you're going to dig out the ground like fucking Rambo?
please come up.
So you just have a bunch of dead bodies all over your fucking property of people who are just running through trying to go pick strawberries for a living?
Thank you. Hi, Debbie. Hi,
Hi.
Hey, what's going on?
My son, Scott Douglas, and I have owned a ranch in Edwards County for 12 years.
Great.
And sorry to say
So you bought it during Obama.
that over the last 4, since we've had open borders, it's not safe. Used to, we could go out on the property, enjoy.
What's stopping the people before? So basically, you want me to tell you what's happened? You want me to tell you exactly what's happened to this woman? Okay. Before, there was like cliffside all like down the road from her property where it was just difficult to traverse the ground. But Trump insisted on installing this wall. And the wall goes right up to her fucking property and stops. Or the next property over, but near there. And so now they have an access road on the Mexican side of the border, of the wall, and on the American side of it. So whereas before you'd have to climb over stuff and you couldn't get through unless you were young and fit and in a big fucking hurry, now entire families, huge groups, can just roll their fucking roller bags down to the end of the wall and walk around it onto her property or native land, depending on where the wall ends, where these parts are. Without this fucking access wall, she never had these motherfuckers on there. The reason she's having a problem is because of his fucking wall. The wall is the problem.
Enjoy the sights. Now, when we drive around, one of us driving, the other one's looking under cedar bushes for legs and movement.
Under cedar bushes.
We can't even go out on the property around the house without being armed.
Well, you can. You just think you can't.
We can't go out and sit on the porch and drink a cup of coffee without having a gun on us.
Well, you can, but you think you can't.
My granddaughter can't go out
By the way, this is because of the wall.
and play without having adult supervision, which she used to could.
You used to could.
You know, it's
Even though you used to couldn't, because if you're 45 miles from any law enforcement, dude, how many fucking true crime truckers stealing children do we have to watch? No, you can't.
something's got
Watch your kids.
to be done. If we're out on the property, you're always looking over your shoulder
Am I?
to make sure an illegal isn't coming up on you.
Why would they be coming up on you? Why wouldn't they just run past you?
When you're approaching the gate, one person
The gate.
is sitting in the car with a gun while the other one is unlocking the gate.
Yes, I understand it. You're paranoid psychopaths and you live out in the woods, and it's very scary in a way that people in the city don't necessarily understand. It's a different kind of scary.
In my opinion, there's only one man that can change this.
Charlton Heston. No. Clint Eastwood.
There's only one
John Rambo.
man that can protect our rights as gun owners. There's only one man that can save this country. And there's only one man that can close our borders.
Right. Well, spoken like a paranoid who bought border property and doesn't want to deal with the reality of living on the border.
And that
There's a reason why your property was cheap.
is
Why don't you buy a fucking ranch in Wyoming, asshole?
President Trump.
Thank you. Whoa, wow.
Wow.
Great woman.
What? Why? What makes her great? I don't have anything against her in particular, but what the ever-loving fuck? Apparently, she's just scared of Mexicans. In general. That she just thinks she has to be armed even if she fucking sees them. If they're hiding from you under a cedar bush, what the... Why? Aren't they more afraid of you?
Thank you, Debbie. You know, that's sometimes very dangerous to do. Please come up. And they say, and there's only one man, and and they say somebody else. I say, that was not good. That was not.
What?
But she's an incredible woman and
Your people don't vet people that are going to speak on stage with you? Are you nuts?
a warrior and a fighter just like
Why do we want him picking fucking employees of the federal government?
you guys. And she's really great, and I appreciate that. I met her
great.
son also, and he's
Great.
fantastic.
Just
Real
great.
patriots.
Real patriots.
Joe
Just
Biden
great.
has heartlessly betrayed his solemn duty to Americans like Debbie, and he sided with the cartels. He's actually sided with these very tough, very smart, very vicious cartels. Crooked Joe does not care
You sound
one bit
jealous.
about
He sounds jealous.
these stories like hers, but I do. I care a lot. Instead of trying to say,
Boom, bam, boom, 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 bam, boom, boom. Bam. We care a lot
Texas,
about Debbie and her stupid fucking hat. We care a lot about why she wants to shoot everybody's cat. We care a lot.
a restraining order to prevent you from securing your border like Biden has done, I will send you reinforcements. You'll get reinforcements.
What do you mean? You're gonna just have? So I guess fuck the Fourth Amendment. You will quarter soldiers in people's houses. Where are they gonna stay, motherfucker?
You're going to get
Uh-oh.
reinforcements. On day one, we will begin the largest deportation effort
Yes.
in the history
The Papers,
of our
Please
country.
law. Why is this such a problem?
It'll be a big one. It'll be a big one, and it'll be
Yeah, it'll be a bunch of Gestapo-esque soldiers, I guess, going door to door asking people for proof of citizenship. And if they don't have it on them, what do you automatically kick them out?
something, not that we want to do it. We don't want to do it. We have a big heart, a beautiful heart. But you have to come into our country legally. We're going to change it. We're going to have to come into our country. Isn't it unfair when people are applying to come into our country for 12 years, 14 years, and all of a sudden millions of people? I believe the real number is 16, 17, 18 million people.
35. I think it's 35, maybe 40, maybe 50. Because the thing about immigrants is they never die, and none of them ever leave.
By the time we get this guy out of office, who I really believe the vote is, we're leading in polls, but I really believe the vote could be a landslide, because who the hell, we don't want this guy there anymore. He's destroying our country.
Oh, it's going to be a landslide, all right.
We don't want him there anymore.
We don't.
As we secure our border, we will also confront the deadly plague of radical Democrat crime that is devouring our country.
It is. It's
Every day,
devouring
radical
everything.
left Democrat DAs, U.S. attorneys, and judges are
this is where it gets personal.
setting loose dangerous and bloodthirsty criminals by the hundreds and hundreds and thousands. Joe
And dozens too is also scary. You know what I mean?
Biden supports these radical policies. For example, Crooked Joe continues to support abolishing cash bail nationwide. No cash bail. As president, I will stand up.
No, he doesn't. No, he does not. And he doesn't have the ability to do it even if he supported it. And you don't have the ability to stop it even if you did. That's a city and state rule.
Up to the Marxist DAs and Soros.
Honestly, the DAs are elected locally. You know what this is an argument for? Specifically, this assfuck is arguing specifically for control over state law. He wants a total federal takeover of state law. All this, except for abortion rights, which he leaves up to the states. Everything else, he wants the federal government to oversee. It's just fucking stupid.
Prosecutors, as I have been, by the way, very much over the last couple of years, they have been after me. You may have noticed. And we will give our police back their power and their respect. I am going to indemnify all police officers,
which he can't do,
and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the...
No, you can't. It's a violation of the Constitution. You cannot give them like superpowers to enact law over people. For fuck's sake, you can't do it. It's the same law that decides whether like you can use the military to patrol the streets. It's the same protections we have as citizens.
Radical left lunatics who are angry that they're taking strong action on crime. We're going to protect them, and we will ensure...
Nobody's angry that people take strong action on crime. It's when they beat the fuck out of somebody who's innocent that we have a problem with, especially when they know it.
Any criminal who murders a police officer receives the death penalty and a quick trial.
Quick trial. Jesus Christ. Yep. Just, you know, like a bad cop doesn't announce who they are, uses their badge to sexually assault somebody, that person kills that person, and they're the only two people involved in the situation, so we just have a quick trial of the woman and kill her. That's what we do.
And it's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. All of the persecution you're witnessing is only happening because I am running for president and leading in the polls. If I wasn't running, or if I was like so many others that...
He was already told he was going to be indicted before he started running. Just saying.
We've now vanquished. There'd be nothing. There'd be nothing. And the latest New York Times...
Oh, that's the other thing, too, is that we're not just after him. We're after every Republican. Any Republican's going to get indicted. I mean, obviously, they'd have to steal classified documents and try to manipulate the election through paying off a porn star and hiding the payments by lying on their business records in a public company. Yeah. And also, what else? Sexually assault multiple women and brag about it.
Paul, they were not happy about this. The New York...
Oh, and sick their followers on the Capitol. Yeah. And yeah.
Times we're leading in every swing state by massive margins, and we're on track to win a record share of the Hispanic American votes this November.
Record for Republicans, and again, still a low bar.
And likewise, we're doing record numbers with the African American voters. They are tired of what's happening to them. And honestly, there's been...
Yeah, they're sick of all this police reform. Yeah.
No president since Abraham Lincoln, and perhaps in a certain way, including Abraham Lincoln, but there's been no president since Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, fuck me. He's going to say that's done more for the black community.
That has done more for the black individual in this country.
Which one? Oh, you mean Isaac?
Than President Donald J. Trump. There's been nobody, not even close. Colleges and universities.
Yeah, you got to teach them to stand on their own 2 feet. They can't just rely on, help from the state or payments to try and balance any of the inequities that they've gone throughout. You can't do it weakens you overwhelms. I mean, it's tough love, but you gotta give them credit for just pulling the rug out entirely.
Criminal justice reform, opportunity zones.
Oh man, yeah, because all black people are just poor criminals.
Tim Scott did a great job with the opportunity zones. Tim Scott of South Carolina. And
Yeah, you know, his African American, as he likes to say.
We've done more for African Americans than
Yeah, not so much Herman Cain, obviously.
any other president since Lincoln.
Well, yeah, I mean, you had dinner with Kanye and Nick Fuentes, so I mean, there's your Hispanic and black vote right there.
Let's give Lincoln his due, okay? But that's.
Are you kidding? You're at the NRA, you dumb motherfucker. There's people there wearing buttons that say Sic Semper Tyrannis. Are you? I'm not kidding.
The way it is.
There are people in that room who believe Booth was a hero.
The Democrats are all talk, no action. I was
Yeah, especially on infrastructure, right?
little talk and total action. The radical left Democrats rigged the
Little talk. Well, I mean, single syllable words and a lot of dumb shit.
presidential
Sure.
election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024.
Well, they didn't need to before, and they won't need to this time.
Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict
It's the same
me,
shit.
I consider it
A great badge of courage or
a
whatever.
great badge of honor.
Honor, yeah. Whatever.
I'm being indicted for you, and never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end,
If they want to silence these folks, then why haven't they done it already? I mean, all due respect, but it's been almost 4 years.
they're not after me, they're after you. I
Then why when they just bypass you, you dumbass?
just happen to be standing in their way.
Well, it's not so much that you're blocking the way; it's the smell, I think, that keeps them away. I shit my pants as a smokescreen. Hope he's sweating his orange makeup off.
Before I
That is the first time I've ever seen him use a sweat mop. Did you notice that? That's interesting. And they backed away so he could do it.
even arrive at the Oval Office shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and we will restore, as we had just 4 years ago, peace through strength. They respected our country, and they respected your president. I will support Israel's right to win its war on terror.
There you go, folks. There you go, uncommitted. That's what you voted for. Their right, not the right to defend itself, which is the Biden position and most normal people. The right for Israel to win its war on terror, which is it. I mean, if you liked the war on terror in the abstract, you're going to love it in the specific in Gaza.
On day one, I will cancel Joe Biden's absolutely insane electric vehicle mandate.
Really a big one with the NRA crowd.
And we are going to tell Texas energy workers like never before
Drill, baby, drill.
to drill, baby, drill.
What if they say no? What if they go, if we keep drilling, we're going to lower the price? And by the way, Texas energy workers don't really get a say. They can show up to drill all they fucking want, but unless the boss says we're digging a new well, it's not happening.
And as a group, and this is a big group and a beautiful group, and you go right into the deep corners of this big room, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's even outside it's packed.
I really appreciate it. But we're in this together. We got to save our country.
Mainly, we got to save me because I'm going to go to jail.
And I think while we're here, we have to talk about the question of abortion. It's a very big issue, as you know, in our country.
Yeah, you're talking to the NRA though. They like aborting people. They prefer to do it when they're older, but they don't really give a fuck. If you're gonna talk about executing a baby after it's born, they don't give a shit about school shootings. What's the difference?
Because we have to do the right thing, and we also have to get elected. We have a combination. We have to do the right thing, but we have to get elected.
We have to lie, is what he means.
Gotten abortion out of the federal government. You know, for years and years, that's what they wanted. Everybody
No, they didn't.
said, we have to take it away. Legal
Nobody said that.
scholars.
No legal scholars did not say that.
And we got it back to the states the way that
So women have to choose which rights they want to have by what state they live in.
all of these scholars and experts in law.
This is, by the way, let me be abundantly clear. This is him passing the buck. This did not work out the way he thought. It's going to fuck him in the fall. He knows November's a real thing. They're looking at the polling. But what he's saying essentially is that a lot of his voters believe that it's already done. And the Democrats will never be able to create a federal bill because somebody will block it. So, like, we don't have to vote at all. They're going to stand down. Then there's a bunch of people who actually, didn't like it, which are going to vote Democrat this time around because they overstepped their bounds. But he wants to, he's looking at that number, that shaved vote that they're going to lose this time around. And he blames these people who told him to do it. So that's what he's like. Everybody wanted me to do this. Everybody wanted it back to the states. I didn't. I just listened to everybody. I'm just a man of the people. This is like inverted populism.
Always wanted it and always said
No, they did fucking not.
that it should be.
No. One side wanted there to be a permanent ban on abortion from the federal level, and the other side wanted a law that codified a woman's right to choose on the federal level. Nobody was like, dude, fucking flip a coin.
This was the big
No one. Not anyone. Especially the more you care about it.
question. We have to take it out. That's why they hated Roe v. Wade, because it was a federal issue. It wasn't a state issue. They wanted to bring it back to the states and to the people. And it's now up to the will of the people in each state. It's something that nobody can believe we're able to get done. And it's happening. And it's happening rapidly. It's moving along very rapidly. You saw that.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why that button wouldn't stop. No, they didn't decide that this was finally somebody's going to make something of this. Finally, somebody's going to take this already complicated issue and choose the most complicated diversion tactic ever.
Nevada just changed their law, and it's going to go to a vote. You saw that Ohio, and in all fairness, they came out on the much more liberal side, if we can use that term.
No, you can't.
Kansas, likewise, great states, both great states, came out much more liberal in terms.
Right. You have driven Democrats to the polls with this, motherfucker. Do you see the trend? That's what's going to happen this fall. That's what this means. It going more liberal than you thought after they tried to make it more draconian than anybody thought possible. Everybody showed up and was like, fuck this. And they're going to show up again this fall. That's what he's talking about. He's so fucking dense. And maybe he does know. I think he does know. I think what he's trying to do is paint this negative into a positive. All these Democrats are getting elected, all these pro-women bills that are getting passed, or protection for a woman's right to choose being put into state constitutions. And he's like, well, they just do what they're doing. That was my plan all along. I meant to do that.
This issue than some people would have thought. But the vote is the vote, and it's the will of the people. Some states will be more conservative and others will be more.
No, some states women will have rights and others women will be second-class citizens. That's what this will be. That's why there has to be a federal protection for women. Women, this is not about the future. This is not about if. Like we were talking to Texas Paul, love him this morning, and thanks again to Cliff Schechter for joining us as well. Just amazing conversation, really smart dude. But we were talking about this morning with Texas Paul and this idea that I lost my train of thought because I'm getting mad. But the point is because I was too busy thanking everybody. That's what happens. It's just part of my thing. But the idea that, state by state, women are going to, if a woman is in the military and she gets stationed in Texas, she has less rights than somebody that gets stationed in California right now. And she has no choice about where she's going to go.
Liberal, but the people will decide, and that's the way it should be, and that's the way people have wanted it to be for many, many decades.
He's fucking stupid. No. Thanks, 56K, Nick Rich. I got to say, I haven't done a full one of these in a while. and somebody at the somebody came up to me at the Albuquerque meet and grope and was like, the only way they can watch these is if I kind of am the training wheels. And I was like, well, I'm glad I can be there to do it. And we hadn't done one in a while, and he's doing more of them. So I was like, and they're showing these little clips again, and it isn't the clips that are the problem, it's the whole fucking thing. It's all a mess.
If the radical Democrat extremists get their way, they will have a federal law for abortion in the 7th, 8th, 9th month, and even executing a baby after birth.
Yeah, this is just fucking nuts. This is so gross. I don't know, like, and I gotta say, I think a lot of real Republicans avoid this entire conversation when he brings this part of it up. They just act like he doesn't say it. Whereas the QAnons are like, yeah, that's what they do. They just pull out, they just bang their head on a rock. Like, it's just fucking gross.
If you look at, and you know,
Women who give birth to fetuses that are not going to make it once they cut the fucking umbilical cord. They have to make a decision to cut the umbilical cord, and once they do, the baby will start the process of dying, and they have to decide how much effort they're going to put into resuscitating it because it doesn't have lungs, and they're talking about whether or not it's going to have pain and whether they give it morphine and let it pass away slowly, or if they just allow it to die a natural death still attached to her. Like, it's a fucking horrible conversation for women to have.
exactly what I'm talking about. If you look at the former governor of Virginia, he said, yes, we'll have the patient, the woman brought in the 9th month, and if the baby is born, we will sit down and we will talk to the woman and we'll decide whether or not she wants to dispose of the baby. This is a Democrat.
Fuck you, dude. Good Lord. Now it's different. Like, you know, kill it. Now he's saying dispose of the baby. Like, this is just so nasty. And I got news for you. Everybody but like 9 fucking QAnon psychopaths in that audience know he's full of shit. They know this is garbage. Some of them may even be turned off by this conversation enough to not vote for him. Whether they'll cross over and vote for Biden is one thing, but they definitely are a bunch of people in that room who are like,
That radical.
I'll cheer for the other fucking stuff because I don't like trans women or some shit. I'll cheer for that shit. Or I like the idea of, you know, being able to sell ghost guns to gang members because it's a nice industry. It's a nice buck if you can make it. But that part,
Democrat, they want abortion, and they fully allow, and in some cases they have a mandate. They allow abortions in the 7th, 8th, 9th month, and even
there's no mandated abortion. Just think about what that means. Like, first of all, does he even know what the fuck mandate means? I think he's got mandate on the mind because Democrats are going to show up and show him what a fucking mandate is this fall, and then he's going to go to jail, and then he might have a mandate. We'll see.
after birth, and you can't have that. So the fact is, they're the radical ones.
Okay, this is just goofy. No, just because you're fantasizing some sick version of reality that does not exist does not mean that people that think a woman should have the right to decide about her pregnancy they're not the radical ones. You're a lunatic.
This issue, not you. They're the radical ones, but every voter has to go with your heart and do what's right. But we also have to remember that politicians, to do many other things, have to get elected.
Right. So if you don't like, he's going to bullshit about a 15-week ban or some shit. He's going to jump on the 15 or 20-week ban somewhere along the line, come down like hard on it, and he's going to stick to that. And the right to lifers, the anti-choice crowd, are going to get mad that there's any allowance at all, that it's not a zeroed out, and that he's not going to pass a federal ban start to finish, right? They're going to be mad. But he's like, you just got to elect me. Then don't worry about it. I got you covered. I'll outlaw it entirely. You got to let me lie to get into office.
And I want to thank the 6 Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, John Roberts, Brett Kavanaugh.
All the ones that lied about settled law when they were being vetted.
Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, and Amy Coney Barrett for the wisdom and courage they showed on this long-term, very contentious issue. They did what's been wanted for many, many years.
Bullshit. And what they wanted to do, by the way, is just eliminate a woman's right to choose. They just can't do it across the everywhere, but they can, if they can just keep it in the states, they think they can deny women that right. Now, on a constitutional level, women are going to be able to, if they go to the, to the SCOTUS eventually and say, the ability to not have an abortion is a violation of my rights in this particular state, and I shouldn't have to move to have the same rights as a woman in another state, then they'll argue that you can't have, unequal application. And so that will give Tony Barrett and all them the impetus to go, then it's outlawed everywhere until such time as Congress decides to give everyone the right, because we will default towards our position that it shouldn't exist in the first place. So they will use this as a backdoor way of outlawing it for everybody, because if nobody has the right, it's not a right.
Getting it back to the states puts the question where it belongs, with the vote of the people, and over time it will all work out. It is already working out at a rapid rate.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to lose a few women to ectopic pregnancies, and what's a 12-year-old rape victim having to carry a baby to term and possibly dying in the process? What's the big deal?
And our country can finally come together on
the real issue, which is getting rid of contraception.
Very contentious topic. And I think it's something we have to talk about, because you just have to talk about it. In my opinion, Republicans have not been talking about it intelligently. They haven't been talking about it with knowledge, or they were just...
Well, that's because they can't.
Wedded to something.
And they're repeating what you're saying, so of course they sound stupid.
But remember, speak from your heart, but you also have to get elected. Again, that's common sense, because we...
Yeah, you gotta be allowed to lie. You gotta let me lie. That's what he's saying.
Many things to do, very big issues. Like this issue is a big issue, very big issues. So we did something that nobody thought could be done.
Nobody would be stupid enough to do.
And if you go back 10 years, 12 years, the only issue with Roe v. Wade was getting it back to the states where
bullshit
it belongs.
No.
And then with time, it gets to be very complex. No, the people are deciding, and they're deciding at a rapid pace. And some will be happy, some won't be happy. But that's true of almost everything that's contentious. But it's been an amazing thing. And
good Lord, just like the sweep up this motherfucker's trying to do.
People are working very hard.
Yeah, they've got a lot of big issues.
Dumps. They call them dumps, big, massive dumps.
Hard to try and get their points across, and they're dealing with their states, and a lot of things are working out very, very well. So,
yeah, and a lot of things aren't for women, like you give a fuck. By the way, this dude is paid for abortions, period, end of story.
It's a very important thing, and I just hope that the Republicans learn how to speak about it properly.
Which means, you know what he's saying, learn how to speak about it. Lie about what you're going to do, and then outlaw it once you get in. Wink at all the evangelicals and the anti-choice crowd. Tell them you're going to, like, on the down low, just make sure nobody records you and don't put it in an email.
Properly and with intelligence and with heart. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty, better than they have ever been before. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation, Washington, D.C. It's like a murder capital of the world, and clean.
No, it's not.
Clean up, renovate, and rebuild our wonderful capital so that it no longer is a nightmare of murder and crime, but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. We're going to renovate and rebuild, and we're going to take the graffiti out. I was there recently on a court case, of course, court case. I get so many court cases. I'm going to end up being Clarence Darrow. I'm going to end up being one of the greatest of all time. I'm becoming a great expert at the law.
No, you are not.
And
as a matter of fact, I think he's the only person who, the longer he's in court, the less he understands.
Driving into a federal courthouse, and the graffiti all over the place is unbelievable. It's staggering. The roads are...
That's because they drive you in through an alley, dumbass.
They're full of potholes.
No, they aren't.
The medians in the middle, you know, the guardrails are all broken and laying.
Yeah, they're just laying over it everywhere. You can't even drive through the thing, and then there's paper.
Some of them literally laying in the street.
Oh, laying in the street.
The garbage is piled up and
So much garbage. Like, you can't even get any traction.
disgusting. Cans are laying there for many months. You know, you look.
Yeah, month. Like, that can's been there. Look at it. You can barely read. I think what does that say on it? Pabst Blue Ribbon. When did that get dropped there? In 1978?
Look at a can. I know how long it's been there. Some of them.
Yeah, you can. I was fucking kidding. Wait a minute. What the fuck did you just say? He can look at a can and tell how long it's been laying there?
Laying there for many months. You know, you look at a can. I know how long it's been there. Some of them.
What? By what? What's the standard? Rust and crush? Like, it's, I'm going with 3 months, 4 days. Because you can tell, because on the Coca-Cola, the little wispy part of the O is completely gone. There's still stuff around the end of it. There's a piece of bubble gum. So obviously, okay, so maybe anywhere between 3 days and 7 years.
I've been there for, I would say, more than a year. It's filthy dirty.
Filthy dirty. And it like, that can's been there for a year. I would love to him to, like, pick it up and look up the lot number.
We're going to make our capital strong again. We're going to run our capital. We're going to take our capital over by the federal government. It's going to run properly, not the way it's run right now. It's a murder capital. People are being murdered every single week. Murdered. They leave the great state of Texas to go see our capital. They want to see our monuments, which some want ripped down. Remember when I passed the law when they were starting to get a little bit crazy in Washington?
You mean the law that already existed?
And I passed a law that
that's already on the books?
Anybody that touches a monument goes to jail.
Just touching it?
For 10 years. Not
10 years for touching a monument. Okay, real quick. We're going to need to arrest a lot more Jan 6ers. These motherfuckers have got to go. I'm just saying.
6 years or 9 years or 9.5, 10 years.
3, 2 years, 15 years, 8.
Mandatory. And everybody left. It was amazing. It was a beautiful thing to watch. Everybody just left. We have to be strong on things.
If they left, how it comes to so much murder?
Like that. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children.
Onto the lives of our children? Into the minds of our children? That would make sense. Onto the lives.
And I will not give one.
Oh, by the way, can I just say real quick? Please don't take this asshole seriously. Just listen to what he's saying and laugh it off. And also, just at best, you can understand where some of the assholes you're talking to online get it from. And you'll go, oh, I know this quote. He says this one all the time. And you can respond to it in kind, and it's way easier.
Penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate.
All schools have vaccine mandates. All schools. All schools. Now, granted, the Republicans have been trying to get rid of the Department of Education forever, so who cares? But that's just saying.
And also, on day one, I will keep men out of women's sports. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech in America.
So you're going to, real quick, you're going to protect innocent life. So you're going to judge children once they're born? Because, I mean, maybe they were kickers, while they were in there, and they're not as innocent as we all think.
And I will secure our elections.
How? Again, you don't have to, and it's all bullshit. But if you couldn't secure them while you were president and somebody outside was able to kick your ass, now that that person's in the White House, how are you going to have a chance? It's just dumb. I'm going to secure the election after I win an unsecure election.
And by the way, our goal on election will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. It's very
proof of citizenship. So on that day, everybody's got to bring their birth certificate with them to the voting booth?
Simple. Very simple.
He means iris scans.
But until then, Republicans must win. And gun owners must vote. You must go and vote. We want a landslide that is,
But don't bring your gun because that's illegal.
here's the expression, too big to rig. Does that make sense? Because, you know, you get at a certain point.
Yeah, you mean like Biden kicking your ass? That's exactly what happened.
You get big enough with a victory and they can't do anything. That's the ultimate form of winning anyway.
Right, that's what Democrats are going to do. Hold on 1 second. Hi, can I help you? Can I help you, buddy? Can I help you? I'm doing a long one tonight. Are you hungry, Mr. Man? Are you hungry, Mr. Man? Do you want a snack, Chip? I'm almost done. I got snack for you, don't worry. He's a big boy now. Look at him. Look at this. He's a fucking panda. He's a cross between a panda and a sea lion. That's a boy. No. No. You don't want to? Okay. No. Okay. Hop down. I'll come up. I'll be there in a minute. Chill out. Just wait. He's like, you're usually done by now. Snack. All right, we're getting close.
You took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States,
Yeah,
Joe
bullshit.
Biden and the Biden administration
Yeah,
6
yeah.
months ago, and I think everybody was. Worst. He's the worst president we've ever had.
Okay.
Because Jimmy Carter is happy. Because
All right.
comparison. Jimmy had a brilliant presidency. By comparison to this guy, this horrible, horrible president that we have right now, Jimmy Carter Amendment, register, get an absentee or mail-in ballot, vote early or vote on election day. I don't
Vote both.
care. But whatever you do, you have to vote and keep your eyes open. When you see thievery and theft, you report it. We're not going to have...
Yeah, please do. Please do. Because you're going to be reporting maggots for trying to vote twice. You are.
COVID, where they can cheat and use COVID to cheat. This election season in Texas begins on October 19th. Think of that. We're so close. And
October 19th is not close.
yet it seems so far away.
It is far away.
We're so close, but 4 months and 5 months is actually, in this world, it's an eternity. You could have a world war during this period of time.
Yeah, we might even be done with it by then.
But it begins on October 19th and goes all the way to
Yeah, it's Texas. You have 2 weeks.
November 5th. Today we are also announcing the launch of Gun Owners for Trump. Gun Owners for Trump. And this is to get out the vote.
Goffed?
Sign up at gunowners.donaldjtrump.com. Get out there and do it. We have to get the votes. And remember,
Yeah, that's not about getting the votes, dumb fuck. That's about him getting your email address so he can bug you for money.
what
And I'm fine with it, by the way. Please, maggots, I don't know what your problem is. Sign up for go there if you're a gun owner. Better you're sending your money to him than buying another fucking gun. He doesn't shoot a gun. He can't shoot a gun. He doesn't know how to shoot. Never has. It would scare the shit out of him.
told you is so true. The gun owners don't vote. It's so crazy. They should be. I would think.
I vote. Just saying.
That they
Not gonna vote for you.
would vote more than any other group of people. And it's just the opposite. They don't vote. And they have to get out and vote. So tell all your friends, leave here. I hope you're having a good time. Are you having a good time considering the subject matter is so terrible?
Yeah. Boring.
So this is going to be, again, the most important election in the history of our country. I used to say it on 2016.
Yeah, we know you're repetitive. You only have one line.
But that was peanuts by comparison. I ran on the border in 2016, but
Have you guys also noticed his fixation about peanuts lately? Is it just me?
that border
Yeah, I think it's a penis thing. I think peanuts. He's having a problem with his peanut-sized penis, and it's bugging him. And so he's thinking a lot about his penis and his peanuts and his peanut-sized penis.
was like fantastic compared to the border we have now. I solved the border problem So much so that I
They told me not to talk about it because I'd already saw it.
couldn't use it in the 2020 speeches.
No, it's because people weren't coming in because of COVID, not because of the fucking border.
I kept saying to my people, can I talk about the border, please? They said, sir, you've solved the problem. Nobody wants to hear about it. I said, that's not appropriate, but they were right.
It's not appropriate.
And yet we won by millions of votes more than we did in 2016 without talking about the border. But now the
No, you lost.
border is at a level that nobody's ever seen. There's never been a border in the world, in the history of the world, that's like this. This is a horror show. In conclusion,
Thank God.
together, we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen.
Ugh.
But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you.
It's super weird. Doesn't it belong to all Americans?
This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right, from Beaumont to El Paso, from Fort Worth to Corpus Christi, and from Midland to Dallas.
Yeah, we know. Like 2 cities you've gone to and a bunch you'd never set foot in.
This state was won by God-fearing, hard-working patriots like the men and women
Of Spain? Oh, sorry.
in this room today. Incredible people. It's an incredible state. You have a great governor. You have a great lieutenant.
Now, most of the people that are there didn't fight to create the state, and they live near a mall.
Governor. You have incredible Congress
Even the lady with the ranch only moved there 12 years ago. Easy.
people. You have just fantastic people.
Yeah, they're just fantastic.
The Texas spirit of proud independence was forged by cowboys and cattle hands, ranchers and rangers, oil workers, soldiers, and brave, brave, brave pioneers.
Like every other state, except for the oil, I guess.
Many came here with nothing but the boots on their feet, the clothes on their back.
So they just buck naked walking around with like a bag full of clothes over their shoulder and their boots? Texans are crazy.
And the gun in their saddle.
Is that a euphemism? I think so.
But they turned this state into a home of
Into a energy desert?
freedom, justice, and liberty. And they raised the flag high and dared any foe to come and take it. Do you know what that is? Come and take it. Come and take it.
Is that how they talked? His Texas accent is so strong, I can barely understand. Come and take it. Come and take it. Take it. Come and take it. When the great people of Texas said, come and take it.
Together they helped make America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world.
Yeah, I mean, New York helped a lot. He didn't want to do this today, did he?
But now,
We are a nation that is a shithole among shitholes.
we are a nation in decline.
Right, yeah.
We are a failing nation.
We suck. We are losing our court cases. Our lawyers are shit. The other side has all the evidence, and we were dumb enough to put our signature on documents that could give us jail time. We are truly a nation of semi-retired pussy grabbers who now can't get anywhere near close enough to grab someone by the pussy, and all the women are flinching. We are...
We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 58 years.
And the lowest inflation of all the industrialized countries.
Where banks are collapsing.
Because of crypto, obviously.
And interest rates are skyrocketing.
Well, they've got it leveled out, but in a skyrockety kind of way. I mean, if we had our best...
the numbers should skyrocket downward.
I think so.
Likewise, we are a nation where energy...
Likewise? Should I put the word likewise in it? Likewise, and heretofore, wherein, likewise, we have likewise before.
Costs have reached the highest levels in our history.
It's amazing. It's almost as if prices always go up until they go down. Of course, the computer that cost you $3,000 today would have cost you $6 billion in 1968, but who's counting?
We are no longer energy independent or...
Except we are...
energy dominant.
We're not dominant. Are we not? Aren't we?
We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant.
Yes, we are not energy dominant. Not at all. We're not energy domingo. We are not energy dum-dum. We are definitely not energy dominant.
As we were just a few short years ago.
Yes, in 1906, we were dominant.
We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil.
Oil, please. Please, Venezuela, take your Hannibal Lecters and your Ted Bundys and your Jose whoever's version of those people and give us tarry shit oil instead that can only be processed in Texas by some dumbass who built some sort of facility that I don't know anything about.
Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world.
We just have to put a straw in the ground and drink our milkshake.
We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia...
that Saudi Arabia and Russia, they,
heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your...
This is the same sentence. We might actually find out what he was going to say.
Will be reducing their oil production while...
Will be reducing their oil production. That's what...
Heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your...
Will be reducing their oil production. That's what ripidu-o means.
But at the same time, substantially increasing the price.
Well, that's what happens on a commodity that there's less of. The price goes up.
And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska.
Places we were never drilling for oil.
Heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your... or elsewhere in our land.
Or elsewhere. Likewise.
We gave up Anwar.
Yes, we gave up Anwar. Took him forever. Reagan couldn't do it. I did it, and then it didn't get done because I didn't really do it. Or I'd have done it earlier, and we would have been drilling already. But I did it at the end, and then Joe Biden undid it because I did it with an executive order, and you can't do it. And it was undone.
Greatest reserve, perhaps anywhere in the world.
Well, no, Venezuela has the biggest reserves, but it's shit.
We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal.
Oh, yeah, we can't stop thinking about it. About the windmill cancer and the bird graveyards. The solar panels that are made in China, except the ones that are made in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district.
Everybody knows that the Green New scam is fake.
Yeah, it's a fake scam. It's not even a real scam. It's a fake scam, which makes it real, because that's a double negative. Fuck me.
And will lead to our destruction.
Yes, we will all die if we have renewable energy. If we can't dig dangerous fossil fuels out of the ground that pollute the air and lead to climate change and poison our rivers and streams, and we just get our energy from things that never run out, that will truly mean the demise of America.
We are a nation whose
Because to me, America is like a condom. You use it once, and then maybe you could wash it twice, and then try again, but it never fits the same, does it? You know, you always have to use a rubber band or one of those garbage twist ties. Are you with me, folks? Can someone stop the music because I hear booing?
leaders are demanding all electric cars, despite the fact that they don't go far, they cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China.
Like what? Like Szechuan spices or?
When an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States.
No, it's not unlimited. That's kind of the point, stupid.
But it is not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful army tanks the best anywhere in the world, all electric.
And silent.
So that despite the fact that they also are not able to go far.
Well, obviously, they would be, designed so that they could. They're rather big vehicles, but also they would be completely silent. I mean, they make a little whirring sound that would spook the fuck out of you, but...
Fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our fighter jets with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen before.
I see. So you mean these silent, super fast electric propulsion jets somehow are going to be more violent and powerful and weaker at the same time?
Where and who are these people?
Where and who? Where
and who are these people? That would do this to our
They would do it. They're in the White House, I think, is your point, right?
country. Who are
In Congress, the people they've been elected.
these people who would ruin us and make us look like fools? We are a nation that ended
Well, I mean, honestly, you don't need any help from them.
oil exploration.
I mean, you're talking over public domain, like drama music
And production
from YouTube.
in the U.S. just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a stupid thing and so self-destructive yet?
And so self-destructive yet. Oh!
Can we be energy independent and even energy dominant again? Yes, oh yes, and quickly, says President Trump. Yes, oh yes, and quickly.
So he just reads the part where he says President Trump.
We are a nation.
By the way, can you imagine if Joe Biden said, absolutely, says Joe Biden, absolutely, absolutely. They would talk for months about how this motherfucker is reading the stage directions.
That surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens,
We didn't leave dead soldiers behind. Fuck you.
and $85 billion worth of the
Lies.
finest military equipment in the world behind. And also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military bases
Yes, that's what leaving means. Leaving means not staying.
anywhere in the world, and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons.
Which by the time they get to the point of launching them, why would it matter if you were attacking the place where they make them? And now, in a sneak attack. Oh, they've launched all their nukes? Well, let's quick get over there and make sure they can't make any more, since the world is going to be a cinder.
And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people.
Mainly Russians.
And
What do you mean allowed them to fight, motherfucker? What would you suggest? Russia attacks and then we what? bomb Russia to shit? Knock it off.
It will only get worse.
All right. Well, that's good. For Russia, sure.
It would never have happened with me as your president. And
Bullshit.
for 4 straight years, it didn't
Yeah, because they were prepping for your second term, and then you lost, and then they were like, fuck, we got to wait a year till the weather gets good again, and then we'll just go with it.
happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't have even had a thought of doing such a thing if President
They literally thought it up while he was president because he recognized Jerusalem as the capital, moved the embassy, and recognized the Golan Heights as being part of Israel.
Trump was in the Oval Office.
They literally went, the worm has turned, everything we thought about, two-state solution, like Trump is going to stay in and he's going to back these motherfuckers and they're going to continue along this path. No matter what happens, it's just going to be worse for us. So we might as well just make the worst of it.
Iran was broke.
No, they weren't. The $6 billion that was going to be traded for the hostages in the exchange that never went to them, by the way, was made in, because he gave South Korea a waiver to buy Iranian oil.
The Trump administration.
That's where that $6 billion came from. That's where that $6 billion was. It was in a South Korean bank.
They didn't have the money to fund Hamas or Hezbollah and all of the other.
Well, they did because Betsy DeVos was buying. Evading sanctions and buying and selling gear there.
Other instruments of terror that they used to finance.
The ukulele?
But those sanctions were lifted by a corrupt Biden administration, and now Iran is a rich country with $200 billion and another $6 billion for hostages and $10 billion
they never got it.
For electricity to Iraq, all compliments of the incompetent Biden
because they're buying it off of a dam from water that they share.
Administration. And China with Taiwan is next.
Yeah. By the way, has anybody heard his response about the death of Raisi? Has he said anything? I mean, he was in court all day bitching. We'll get to that at the tail end of this.
We're a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death, and nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible things. There is no punishment. But when people who love our country protest on January 6th in Washington, they become hostages, unfairly imprisoned for...
Fuck you. Nobody got busted for protesting, you dumb motherfucker. You protest on the street, in the fucking park. Stand there and yell. That's protesting. Building a gallows on Capitol grounds is not protesting, you dumb motherfucker. Especially considering the entire mob of your followers intended to use it on your vice president.
Long periods of time.
Yeah, his jack-up juice is wearing off. Yeah, that's why he shook his head when the music started, because he knows he's got at least another, 5 minutes.
We are a third world nation that has weaponized.
Also, why is he doing this at the NRA? Like, I get why he does this fucking televangelist ending for his regular rallies. It's really weird to do it here. It makes sense to even to do it in a place like Wildwood or something. But this is the middle of the day in an NRA gathering. It's super fucking odd.
It's law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before.
Well, they never had a pussy-grabbing second-generation rich kid who stole classified documents and engaged in an insurrection against the country before. So, I mean, we're all setting standards.
We've got a federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public.
Won't let bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public.
And which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say it was fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation.
I'm sorry, there is no laptop. There is no laptop. It's not a laptop. You've seen stuff from a hard drive, which was a mix of real and fake stuff, slapped together, but you've never seen a laptop. In the age where people have thousands of pictures of their lunch and their breakfast on their Instagram accounts, you've never seen a picture of that fucking laptop. You've seen a lie, because I believe it was Rudy Giuliani was on Steven Crowder and allegedly showed the laptop to Steven Crowder at one point, but it was an HP. Why would you take an HP to a Mac repair shop that only does Macs? It's a good question. Sorry, I have a cat hair up my nose and it's tickling me. I'm going to sneeze. I know it. Hold on. Whew. It's been there since I hugged Chip.
And the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was. And the Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud.
Well, if they did, they just find that you did it.
And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country.
Yes, I know. We're listening to him babble right now.
Who is cognitively impaired.
Yeah, you're going to want to, if you're going to accuse somebody of being cognitively impaired, you're going to want to get through the word cognitively really smoothly.
In the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired.
Cognitively impaired.
In no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III.
All presidents have that possibility.
And far more devastating than any of the previous world wars because of the weaponry that no one even wants to think about.
No.
We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald.
The Biden crime family. By the way, as go-to phrases go, that's, again, Biden crime family, not scary. It's like saying Apple Dumpling Gang.
J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election against.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, grabbing women by the pussy, even saying that is wrong. Even if you legally get away with it, I believe it's sexual assault. But you know, I'm even admitting it and bragging about it. I think those qualify as wrong. Yeah. Hold on one second. Let me grab something. Where is it? There we go. Sorry, I need the big guns for the rest of this.
Hillary Clinton, which some people thought he was unexpected to win.
What? Some people thought she was unexpected. Wait, back the fuck up.
Donald J. Trump,
Oh, I see.
who has done nothing wrong except win an election against Hillary Clinton, which some people thought he was unexpected to win.
Unexpected?
We are a nation
Was not expected to win.
that, with free speech no longer allowed,
Why are you talking?
and it is no longer allowed.
That's right. That's why he's not talking right now. I'm not talking right now. No one is. I'm not talking. He's not talking. You're not talking. No one chat at all. In the chat, stop it. You're not allowed.
And if we don't win the next election, it never will be allowed again. And we're
How are you going to win the election if you don't have free speech? Seriously. Can't Biden just stop you from talking, period? Not just the gag order, but I mean altogether.
crime is rampant and out of control like never, ever before.
I don't know. I lived through the 90s. I was in LA during the riots. Calm the fuck down.
We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the...
No, you are. We had a nuclear deal with Iran in place to stop them from producing a nuclear weapon. You scuttled it, dum-dum.
Trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own.
And it still doesn't. Way to go, America.
And less than 4 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check.
No, we didn't. You think they built all this shit in 3 years? What, are you out of your mind?
They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us.
Well, yeah, not you and your family. They were going to pay you off.
And everyone knows it.
No, they don't.
Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world and to become partners.
Yeah, and it's going really well.
And perhaps most importantly, we're a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke.
Well, that's because every time you call a world leader, they laugh on the other end of the phone. All you hear is laughter, and then they hang up.
We are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even God.
We are? Since when?
We are a
By the way, which God are you talking about?
nation whose economy is collapsing
No, it isn't.
into a cesspool of ruin,
A cesspool of ruin.
whose supply chain is broken.
Oh, the supply chain. What has happened to our supply chain? I should have thought about that, but I didn't. Oh, God, not the supply chains. Why supply chains? What has happened?
Whose stores are not stocked,
Why everything is out of stock? Why?
whose deliveries are not coming, and whose
Why not? They're supposed to be here by 3 o'clock. I picked the 3 to 5 window from Amazon for my groceries. God damn it.
educational system is ranked
Yeah, the educational system is rank. It ranks. It fucking reeks. Rank. It stinks.
at the bottom of every single list.
Well, except the one about schools. But sure.
We are a nation that
Just fuck you, dude. This is like shit talking America, and maggots are okay with this? God damn.
sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan. We are a nation whose stock markets
No, we didn't. No, we did not. First of all, United States Steel is not a U.S. conglomerate that is owned by the government. It's a private company. It can sell itself to whoever wants to fucking buy it legally. But Biden's actually put a stop to it, you stupid son of a bitch.
continued success is contingent on MAGA winning the next election. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them.
Openly? They're openly robbing people? When did that happen? Stop it. Stop it. I don't want to help out the type of... The openly? What's openly mean? Say that again. What? Hold on.
And thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them.
They openly rob them? Do you mean they dress up like the kid from Andy Griffith? You can't openly rob and say... And the weird thing is when you hear openly robbers show up, you know they're coming because you can hear them whistling all the way up to the store. It's like, uh-oh, we're gonna get robbed again. Stole a thing. Stole another thing. Oh no. Stole your car. Openly stealing everything. Why would they openly steal everything?
Beat up and kill their workers and customers.
That's terrible.
And leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution.
No retribution at all. Maybe they didn't like those workers very much. Like, look, it's not right to kill people. But Gary was a mean person. He was not nice.
Where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are
Wait.
a nation where
Sorry. How did you survive that just now?
fentanyl and all other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed
No, they really aren't.
our beautiful families.
Okay, I see. I see. It's harder to maybe finding the beautiful family is the hard part. I mean, I've seen your kids.
We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation, which is incapable of solving even the simplest of problems.
God, America, you suck. Fuck is wrong with you? You can't solve even the simplest of problems without him as president? What the fuck? You used to be so great, like the space program and all this inventiveness and nothing. Now the whole country just sucks. Everybody's forgotten how to do anything.
We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of at least 500 people or more.
Yeah, but you can't average out people for murder convictions.
Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing.
Well, I got news for you. Most mothers that have kids that overdose aren't there when it happens. Pretty rare that they're on the scene.
And hopelessly dying in their arms, screaming, "What can I do? What can I do?" We are a nation.
Is that what they do? What can I do? What can I do? I don't know. Narcan? What are you talking about? Who yells that? What the fucking kind of this bullshit redneck Lifetime version of Les Miserables are we talking about?
Whose once revered airports are dirty.
No, they're not. By the way, I've been in more airports than he has over the last, a couple of months, and I will continue because of the Sexy Liberal Comedy Tour, and they're fucking awesome right now. American airports kick ass.
Crowded mess.
That's because people are flying everywhere.
You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave. And
it just won't leave. It just stops. It's like, I'm not going anywhere. Come on, airplane. I'm not going to do it. But you're cleared to fly. You have a fresh crew. There's snacks on board. We got to go. I don't feel like I don't want to go.
They have no idea when they will.
Yeah, I don't even think they bother to know. Fucking Southwest. What's going on?
The ticket prices have tripled.
Yeah, triple. You can't. Nobody can fly anywhere anymore. Ugh.
They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't.
Yeah, well, that's why the price is so expensive, because they gotta bushwhack the fucking pilots. It's very complicated to kidnap a pilot and force him to fly the proper route.
Seek the qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing.
What the fuck are you talking about? There's not. We don't have an epidemic of air traffic controllers in towers going, how does this stuff work? What is happening? What do all these buttons do? This is crazy. I did not want to do this. Okay? I didn't want to be a pilot in the first place. Then you drag me in here. I don't know how any of this. What's this button? That thing looks like it's going to hit that thing. I'm freaking out. I'm taking an anxiety break. I'm going to go vape. I hope they can land. I don't know what's going on. This is the dumbest job.
We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at all ports. But if you're an illegal alien, you're allowed to flow through the border by the millions and millions and millions.
No, you're not. You're also, when you're checked at the border, you have all the rights and privileges that go with that. Like you're allowed to go to your house, and if you get pulled over, they go, hey, who are you? And they're like, oh, I live over here. And it's true, and you can just go about your business.
We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength.
What the fuck? Look, just because you're stuffing your fat fucking face with Fish Delights and Adderall every goddamn day and drinking Diet Coke till you're bleary-eyed in the middle of the night because you can't drink them during court because you're falling asleep and shitting your pants, doesn't mean the rest of us are falling apart. What the hell's wrong with you?
We are a nation that has quite simply lost its way.
No, we haven't.
But we are not going to allow this horror to continue.
We're going to use the GPS?
Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation. And
just less? So 2021? Okay.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Sorry, you think the greatness of our country ebbs and flows by who's president?
It was the hard-working patriots like you.
Like you. Because who talks like this? Like you.
Who built this
It's like a weird Jamie Foxx character.
country. And it is the hard-working patriots like you who are going
Like you.
to save our country.
Because you.
We will fight for America like no one has
Ever fought for America before?
fought before.
All right, just fought in general.
2024 is our final battle.
That's right. After this, you're fucked, dude.
With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers.
See, okay, first of all, I was just going to bitch about demolish the deep state, which is a D and a D, and that works really well together. And then he goes to the next one, and look out. Sorry, I jumped the wrong thing. It's the wrong thing. Hey, look, everybody can make these kind of mistakes, okay? So fuck you. All right, so he was talking about, I was just about to get after him for that, and then he goes and fucks up.
At my side, we will
He
demolish
says warmongerers.
the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government.
Warmongerers.
We will drive
Warmongers. Like fishmonger, but with war. Monger. M-O-N-G-E-R. Monger. Fishmonger, warmonger, not mongerers.
out the
Not mongolinos.
globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country.
Oh, so we're being ableist? Fine.
We will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp, and we will liberate our.
You mean all the shit you said you were going to do in the first term, super easy, and you right away, and like on the first day, and you never got around to it because you're too busy golfing or it was impossible?
Country from these tyrants and villains once and for all.
Yeah, that sounds pretty promising. So you're just going to, what, murder them? I mean, that's what once and for all has kind of a murdery sound to it.
Like those patriots before us, we will not bend. We will not break. We will not yield.
Dude, I'm fairly certain you have a hard time sitting down.
We will never give in. We will never give up. We will
Never give up.
never, ever, ever, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen. And we will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House on November 5th, 2024.
Do you think the music is just there to like keep him awake and focused through the end? Because he's just kind of like if he had to say this part without the music there, he'd probably stop. But now he knows he has to stay, like continue to do it till the music's nearly done.
The great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together, we will make...
Yeah, this is now he gets to the last four of these. Make America safe again. What do you think? Safe again, proud again. Let's see what's first.
America powerful again.
Oh, powerful. Okay, sure.
We will make America wealthy again.
We're pretty wealthy as a country. I'm just saying. Like, yeah, we've got our issues, but Jesus Christ, I mean, compared, even our poor live better than the most wealthy in the majority of countries on the fucking planet.
We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again.
So you're for gay pride. Cool. Hey, Pride Month's coming up. I look forward to seeing you dancing to YMCA. It's something.
We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much to the NRA, and thank you, Texas. Thank you very much. God.
By the way, this is what he's doing instead. He can't do a Texas rally. Even in fucking Texas, he can't manage a rally. So he just gloms on to other conventions and other environments where there's already an audience. Even the thing at Wildwood was taking advantage of the fact that there's an enormous boardwalk there of people who will just, on a peripheral sense, walk over and take a look at the fucking thing, and he could claim them as audience.
God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Also, the hold on, I'm coming part, which is just gross considering the hush money trial, Clap, 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 clap. Thank you. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Jerk you right off onto my cheek. There you go. This is good. Okay, I'm done. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you, guys. Okay, clap, 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 clap. Thank you. Clap, 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 clap. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. You thumb up your butt. Woohoo! Okay, I'm exhausted. Just jerked me right off. There you go. A little. It was not an inspired jerk off on his chin, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. Squirt, squirt. Thank you. You can jack off right in my eyebrows. There you go. Thank you. Squirt, squirt. There's one you missed, but that's okay. We'll save it for next time. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We made it through. I'm so proud of you guys. We got through this bullshit together. I would be remiss if where are we? If I didn't cover what he said coming to and from court today, right? So let me see. This is here. Hold on. Boink. Let me go back to here. If you guys can hang, since I'm going late anyways. Summer's got to work tonight, so I'm just boring myself. Chip will be very upset if I don't feed him soon, but this is not terribly long, so here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Trump leaving court today. Here we go. Let's just knock it all out, shall we? There you go. He's also exhausted, you could tell.
Was he staring down the judge? So thank you very much. You saw what we saw. That was an incredible display. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
All right. No, they didn't. They've been outside in the hallway the whole fucking time, dummy. It happens every day. They were not in the room.
Tyrant.
Nobody you're talking to and nobody at home saw it. No one did. There's no cameras in the fucking courtroom. Nobody saw it.
And everyone's talking about it. This is what we have.
Okay, generic.
An acting judge, appointed judge by...
He's an acting judge? Well, your acting's pretty terrible because I think he really believes you're asleep. This whole resting my eyes bullshit is not... He's not... I don't think... You're selling it.
Democrats by the club, and now I guess this is our fourth week, soon to be our fifth week.
Yeah, that's how weeks work.
Not campaigning, but you saw what happened, what just took place in that court, and hopefully...
No, they didn't.
The motion to dismiss this trial will go through because this trial is...
Nope, too late.
A disaster for our country.
By the way, it didn't... Asshole, you already started the defense. They made the motion to dismiss, and they said no. That's why they started your defense. That's how it works.
It's a disaster for New York State, New York City.
No, I think New York's fine, actually.
Greg Jarrett just says, where exactly is the crime?
Yeah, it's the same thing he says every day.
To quote a memorable line from Shakespeare in Love, I don't know. It's a mystery. There is just no crime.
He's quoting Shakespeare in Love to help you out?
Andy McCarthy, if it's unconstitutional for Texas to enforce federal immigration laws, how is it constitutional for New York to enforce federal election law? They're going by federal law. It's never happened before. No.
They're not. They aren't enforcing the federal law. They're, in reference to the federal law, they know you committed a crime. The crime you committed in the state is a violation of New York law. They can't try you for that, and they're not. It's not part of the trial.
Nobody's ever seen anything like this. This is a witch hunt.
Well, if it's a witch hunt, they already caught the witch, motherfucker. It's a witch trial. You know, in Salem, they had a witch trial, right? The witch hunt was the idea, and if you're going to use witch hunt, it's that they're looking for a crime. This is what Comer and Jim Jordan are engaged in with Biden. They are trying to find a witch. They're on a witch hunt. They're not going to because they don't exist, and it's part of their ideology is where witch hunt comes from. This would be a witch trial. And you would go there, if I drown, I'm innocent, and if I survive, I'm guilty. That's how you use this. I don't want to help you, but you're a fucking idiot. Also, I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I probably should have put this up way earlier. This is wrong of me. So just be advised. Yeah, it's Nunt City. All right.
This is a witch hunt. This is to...
It's a witch trial. The trial's already on. They already caught. Yeah, if you're the witch in this witch hunt business, yeah.
Damage crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, by far. By far.
Yeah, I guess America's doing pretty good if our worst president ever has under 4% unemployment for the longest stretch in 60 years.
To damage his political opponent. That's all this is. A highly political judge, a totally conflicted judge, who just did something that nobody's ever seen.
Yeah, he's never seen anybody do judge shit.
And the press...
By the way, this is his first time where he has to stay in court, and it's his first time, I think, in criminal court. So all this stuff he's never seen.
Is not happy, I don't imagine. They just got thrown out of a courthouse. Nope.
Oh, this is because of Costello, they cleared the courtroom for a minute to admonish him, and then they brought everybody back in.
Nobody's ever seen anything quite like it.
Yes, they have. It happens all the time. Jesus Christ, man. Watch a whole episode of Law & Order, not just the opening.
These things are consistent. Bragg has no authority to enforce election law.
He's not. He's enforcing business law in the state, which was used in a greater federal crime, and it's up to the feds to charge that. But since we know that's what they were doing, that's what makes this go from a misdemeanor to a felony.
And we did nothing wrong.
Yes, you did. If you did not, here's the thing. You can be not guilty and still have done something wrong, because if you'd have done it right or better, you wouldn't be in this problem in the first place.
Ted Cruz just said
it's like the perfect phone call idea. Motherfucker, if it was a perfect phone call, no one could use it against you.
Over 200 years, never once has a president of the United States been indicted over no crime. No crime.
Yeah, and it still hasn't happened.
Molly Hemming.
You've been indicted because you committed a crime. Multiple crimes.
Anyway, very smart woman. This is a show trial. There is no actual...
If it was a show trial, it'd be on TV, you dumb motherfucker.
Crime or evidence. Molly...
There's still kind of a lot of evidence. You can argue that he's not guilty and therefore it's not a crime, because that's what happens when you're not guilty. There wasn't a crime that you participated in. If it's predicated only on your behavior and not a murder where there's a dead body for sure, there was a crime committed, but maybe the question is whether you did it or not. Then you can argue the other point. But you can argue that there's no crime if you're acquitted. But in this particular instance, there's plenty of evidence. You could disagree with the evidence, but it's there.
And we were respected by everybody, by the way.
Not really.
Here's a very liberal gentleman, very talented, critically acclaimed director Oliver Stone.
Yeah, Oliver Stone, the last guy, the dude who's been doing anti-America propaganda since the 90s, specifically anti-America propaganda, that this place is a cesspool of corruption and evil and is responsible for all the ill in the world. And then he goes and the last thing he did was a fucking documentary where he went over and kissed Vladimir Putin's ass. No, what? Of course he's saying that. That was literally his last project, and where his funding came from for the picture before that. Jesus Christ. You might as well quote Steven Seagal while you're at it.
Name mentioned in a while. It's a new form of war.
Hasn't ever name mentioned in a while. You can't call him a has-been when he's on your side, stupid.
It's called lawfare, and that's what they're using against Trump.
Yeah, he's quoting shit he sees because he's a farty old man. Who cares?
That's Oliver Stone, who I think is a super liberal.
No, he's not.
But even he's...
Like Matt Taibbi. They're fake liberals.
Talking.
Yeah, next up is Russell Brand. That's exactly right, Paul.
I must tell you,
by the way, hit the like and the thumbs up and all that kind of stuff. This is a long show. And Charco, thank you so much for the super chat.
I had such liberal, or as they say nowadays, progressive support. Mark Levin, you're living through what is not only the worst presidency in American history, that's Biden.
I see. I just reading that, I thought you were reading something from 5 years ago.
When it comes to domestic and foreign affairs, but when it comes to our Constitution, the rule of law, law and order, which is the core to this republic. Biden is dismantling it, and he's destroying it. I don't even know if it's him. I think it's the people around his desk, that beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office.
I don't know. Also, he does this sometimes where he's like, I don't even think it's him. I think it's the people around him or whatever. Well, then what? You're letting him off the hook? So Biden's actually a good guy who would rather not do this, but he's being controlled by the people around him. Why don't you just, run to be his VP next time and clear the room of all the best people?
It's a horrible thing. The country's never been in this position. We're doing
Here I am like an idiot.
in so many different ways, and we're falling apart.
You are, sure. I mean, again, everything's a projection. So everything he says about America, the laughing stock, falling apart, in decline, he's talking about himself.
And we're not respected in the world.
See what I mean? I rest my case. Your Honor, the comedian rests.
Looking at us and saying, hey, they're no different than we are. Bad countries are saying that. They're saying that the United States is no different than we are. Gavin Wax, the globalist elite, severely miscalculated.
Jews, he means Jews.
By declaring war on Trump. I guess he's referring to the fact that the polls are through the roof, but I'm not even talking about that. And
Yeah, don't talk about that because they're not
the
true.
polls are the highest they've ever been.
Yeah, you're going to win hands down. I wouldn't even bother with a get out the vote.
Andrew and Katie Cherkasky, who are
Who? And Katie Zerkowski?
terrific lawyers, as everyone knows. It's passed on
Yeah, everybody knows
by
that.
Judge Michon to dismiss this case. Trump's business records, there's no false entry. By the way,
Dude, don't do it. You're admitting to the crime.
they paid a legal expense and they marked it legal expense. And
It's not a legal expense.
I say it every day. They could
Yeah, it's stupid every day. It's a mistake. You're admitting to the crime.
have said construction. They could have said this is for construction purposes. This is for
Not if you were paying it through Michael Cohen, you dumb motherfucker.
some other purposes. You're building
No, because you paid it through Michael Cohen, who's a lawyer.
a building. They say building expense.
No, because Michael Cohen doesn't own buildings.
They called legal fees, which is legal expense. They called
Oh, whoops. It's legal fees and legal expenses are different, and that's where the rub is, asshole. Because paying his legal fees is not the same as paying the hush money back to him, which is not a legal expense.
they building expense. They called legal fees, which is legal expense. They called it legal expense.
He accidentally stepped in it.
They paid a lawyer money,
They?
legal expense. And in the lawyer's bill, he talks it retainer. It's a retainer. He calls it a retainer.
Right, because you guys worked out this scheme together, you dumb motherfucker.
Former acting Attorney General Matt Whitaker, the prosecution is presenting.
By the way, his acting attorney general that he put in place after he lost the election to try and throw, to help himself during the January 6th part, like a fellow criminal.
Absolutely no evidence of a crime.
So you do pick the best people.
The American Spectator, good people over there.
Good people over there.
Judge Mershon's animosity toward Trump and his inability to ensure a fair trial is not lost on the voters. Never seen anything like it. And this goes on and on.
Yes, so do you.
Ross Duhat, New York Times. I would defy anyone to summarize the underlying situation in which a presidential candidate could be sent to prison for a misdemeanor offense. Very small, but there's not even a misdemeanor. For a misdemeanor offense elevated by a second crime for which he isn't even being charged. I'm not even being charged for it.
Yeah, they don't have to wait. Again, I've told you this before. If you murder someone in another state And that state is still building a case for murder against you. And the federal government is still building a case that you murdered this person. And you took the body that you killed in Ohio and you drove it into Indiana and you chopped it up in Indiana and you scattered it all over the fucking state. Indiana can charge you for the illegal, for fucking with a corpse and illegal disposal of a body and, whatever laws they have around the disposal of human remains. They don't have to wait until you're charged with murder to do that. They don't have to wait until Ohio's case is ready to go. As a matter of fact, a lot of times they'll do that right away. They want to get you on the books in case you skate the other case, and they can at least get you in jail because they know you're the murderer.
They didn't know what to judge it. They haven't even charged me with the crime.
Yes, they have. There's an indictment. We all read it.
You know what the crime is? I beat Hillary Clinton. That's what the crime is. And they don't want me to beat, on behalf of, I think, 200 million people, they don't want me to beat Biden. Yeah,
you didn't get 200 million votes, dumb fuck. Simmer down.
Okay.
This is starting to get into Mike Pillow territory.
It's a shame. This is what they've done. And just to finish out without the description.
Yeah, wrap it up, I think.
Coming across as somewhat Kafkaesque.
Kafkaesque? Run that by me again. It was kind of, you mean Kafka-esque?
To finish out without the description coming across as somewhat Kafkaesque.
Yeah, somewhat Kafkaesque.
The CNN panel just came out. This is significant. There is no direct link to Trump in this alleged conspiracy. That's from CNN. Laura Coates of CNN, not a fan of mine, as I understand it, possibly fatally undermines the prosecution's case. This is a disaster. But she said here, undermines the prosecution's case. This case should be dropped by the judge. I think the judge, if he did that, would be
rewarded very handily by the public. People would love him again.
Gain the respect back. We have to.
Yeah. He wouldn't have to worry about his daughter's safety anymore. It would be, it wouldn't, you think it'd be easier on him if he just, dismissed the case, life would go a lot better for him. You know what I mean? If he keeps this up, he's going to go through some things, and nobody wants that.
Either the appellate court has to step in, something has to happen.
It's like the world's dumbest mafia don.
Think of it, the Republican Party, one of the two great parties.
Well, formerly.
Nominate somebody to be their candidate.
Yeah, but you weren't the candidate when you committed the crime. And also, by the way, the first time around during the primary season, you were engaged with David Pecker to run stories against your rivals, so you artificially beat your rivals by attacking their standing as candidates. I mean, you're planning stories about Ted Cruz in the Inquirer, for fuck's sake.
And that candidate now has been sitting here for almost 5 weeks in a freezing cold icebox.
Boo. Fuckity who.
Listening to this stuff, no crime.
I don't think you've been listening. I think you've been sleeping through most of it. And shitting your pants.
Ellie Honig of CNN. The crux of the case is Trump knew this and that. Let's see, he says some statement down here. Trump didn't know. He never would have agreed to be robbed by Cohen. He absolutely didn't know. This is a bomb being dropped on the prosecution's case. This is cruising to prosecution credibility. I'll tell you what.
It's cruising to prosecution credibility. I'm sure that's exactly what it said. I know some of you are going, Hal, that doesn't sound like a sentence that anyone would say. Well, fuck you, okay? Listen to it one more time, and then tell me it doesn't sound like total logic.
On the prosecution's case, this is cruising to prosecution credibility.
This is cruising to prosecution credibility. I mean, what more does he need to say? Come on. Thank you, Alyosha. At least you understand.
I'll tell you what.
What?
New York State is being hurt so badly.
Yeah, it's terrible. Nobody lives there anymore. It's like a ghost town.
And they're watching all over
Yeah, well, Russian and Chinese ones, sure.
They already are, unfortunately, but they're going to be leaving because they can't be subject to this. This and Gorin and Kaplan, other judges that have just created a horrible scar on our Constitution. Hopefully.
A horrible scar on the Constitution. I think that was your doing, dumbass.
Courts will take care of it.
Yeah, tell that to your attorney.
This did not ask Cohen about that or on direct. And this is Ellie Honig. Have not made him plead guilty to larceny because you know what's taking place. I mean, you saw that. I won't even mention it because remember, I have a gag order. I'm not supposed to be talking about certain things. And so I'm being very careful, but you saw what happened. And this is...
No, they didn't. No one knows what the fuck you're talking about, you lunatic.
CNN mentioning it, which it is, larceny, which it is, and you know what they're talking about because...
If only you couldn't talk about it. Shut the fuck up.
There was an admittance.
There was an admittance.
The money he's...
If the admittance don't fittins, you must acquittance.
I won't say that. It's the money so I won't say that. In fact, you're going to have to get this one because I can't read it. I've been gagged from reading this. But it's a vicious statement by a respected person at CNN, Ellie Honig. So you'll have to read that with yourself because I've been gagged. Let's see, it turns out now that Trump was...
It's like he's just reading it. And I got to say, I think he's not reading it because he can't, not because of the gag order, but because he can't fucking read.
Yeah. That's right. You could...
He's reading it going, yeah, totally. You know, what it says there is totally like, you know the part I didn't read out loud that I just read in my own head? Yeah.
Read that. I can't read it because I'm not allowed to say it. A CNN legal commentator. The prosecutor misled this jury. So there is a case to be made because 5 people have stated it very professionally.
Yeah, 5 people have said it. You know, that's law. Who needs 12 jurors when you have 5 right-leaning journalists who want to be quoted by Trump in this context and are writing to it?
That the prosecutor should be prosecuted. District Attorney Soros Bragg should be prosecuted because he knew when he submitted his case all about the lies, and therefore he submitted the crime. Many people have said that they should turn this around. He knew that this was a fake case. He knew that the lies are all over the place. We're not just talking about...
Yeah. I mean, there's lies everywhere. I mean, granted, most of them have to do with you and your business model.
A small amount. Also, you have to go get the Southern Districts, about a 28-page book on lies, which the judge wouldn't allow. And by the way, the judge wouldn't allow that.
Oh, he wants to put in like the election was fraudulent or some shit as part. He wants to bring in an expert having to do with his cases about the election, and this is about stuff that happened in 2017 when he was president before 2020. It's so fucking weird. He's like, they won't let us bring an expert. It has nothing to do with this, you dumb motherfucker.
Southern District, highly respected.
This all happened before 2020.
A book of 28 pages, I believe, or more of lies. We're not allowed to put it in.
Oh, and I think in this one he's talking about like Michael Cohen's lies when he was lying for this dumb motherfucker.
The expert witness that we have, the best there is in election law, Brad Smith. He's considered the Rolls Royce, or we'll bring it back to an American car, Cadillac.
Cadillac.
But the best.
Also, baby, you know, could be a DeLorean. It's hard to say. He's coked up a lot, and he's a little out of style, but never out of style. Very cool.
There is. He can't testify, not being allowed to testify.
Right. Because it has no bearing on this.
And you saw what happened to a highly respected lawyer today.
Oh, boy, did I.
Bob Costello.
No, nobody saw it, stupid.
Wow. I've never seen anything like that. Highly respected. But remember this. We can't put in an expert witness. We're not allowed to put in an expert witness.
Yeah. Hey, man, look, you might, if you're on trial for murder and you have a friend who's an expert at, like, paleontology, you can't bring them in to argue that men and women have been killing each other for a long time and we're not even sure if it's how, if humanity, had ended up any different, we wouldn't all be here. If the right people hadn't killed the right people, you wouldn't be alive right now. So I would like to bring this person in and be like, the fuck out of here. What does this have to do with the fact that you hit her with a hammer, dumbass?
Nobody's ever heard of it before. Election law is very complicated.
Yes, and it has nothing to do with this.
And we're not allowed to have an expert witness because the judge wants to rule on it. He said, we don't need an expert witness, I guess. He said,
about stuff that you're not trying.
He'll rule on it. No, he needs help. And we have the number one person, either side will admit it, Brad Smith, on a very complex law where we did nothing wrong. I will tell you that right now. And he doesn't want him to testify. That's because he's going to say we did nothing wrong. Clay Travis. Oops, I can't say that one because he's going to have a gag order. Brett Tobin goes through a whole big thing on...
Yeah, totally, big thing.
A witness.
Yeah.
So I can't talk about it.
Cool. Stop talking then.
Bob Sexton, the exact same thing. Kim Parlatore, who's a very...
Palatory, what's the difference?
Good lawyer, CNN commentator. It's not only goes to the credibility, it also goes to Alvin Bragg's office's credibility. How did they not get this out ahead of time? Why didn't they? That's what everyone's asking now. How did they put something like this out? And then he goes on to things I'm not allowed to talk about. Can you believe it? Here I am, vice presidential. We have 15 people that I'm supposed to be meeting about who's going to be our vice president. But I'm stuck in the refrigerator all day.
Wait, you don't know these fucking people?
Presidential nominee. I'm down here by an acting judge. He's acting.
No, he isn't. He's appointed. He's not acting. He's not a temp.
And you know who appointed him? Democrats.
Yeah, he's not an acting judge.
In a clubhouse. But hopefully, I tell you...
In the clubhouse, because it's this idea that there's a cabal working against him.
Good, and I hope the governor steps forward, and the mayor steps forward. But you can't go. And it's like we have an armed camp outside. I mean, if you're a civilian, you can't get within 3 blocks of this courthouse.
There are people right outside. Also, most of the people behind him are civilians. I don't know if he knows this, but Eric is a civilian.
What you have is police. And they're in blue, and they look good to me. But I'll tell you what, you don't see any civilians outside. I never saw so many iron gates as I've seen.
Hey, asshole, you're a presidential candidate in an area where there's a lot of criminals because it's a court.
Last 5 weeks. Andy McCarthy.
Oh, yeah, we haven't heard from him.
He stole from the Trump organization, even as they're structuring a deal, blah, blah, blah. And now I can't talk about it because, again, I have a gag order. So, I think the case is going very well. We've asked for termination of the case.
And you're not going to get it.
This case should be terminated. This shouldn't go anywhere. It should be terminated right now.
Totally.
And New York State has to build up its system again. New York State can't let this happen.
No, terrible.
Can't let this happen.
Oh, New York State, what are you thinking?
There were no crimes. We did nothing wrong.
There's 30 or so of them, yeah.
And I want to get back.
There's a lot of them, actually. They did a lot wrong because you can't do business in the fucking state for the next 2 years and it's going to cost you $500 million. But you did nothing wrong except grab women by the pussy and be an adjudicated rapist and brag about it.
Campaigning, I'm representing.
Oh, and your dad and you got busted by the DOJ because you wouldn't rent to black people.
Representing millions and millions, hundreds.
You just sat on stage at charities that you didn't donate to and you didn't volunteer with and you'd never even been involved with until the night you showed up for dinner, the free food, and then you stood on stage because you thought just by arriving you deserved to be, this is your contribution, your time by existing in this room.
Millions of people.
Yes, Templeton, I've been on this whole time. We did the whole Trump rally, and so I'm finishing this up.
In the meantime, Russia and China are now good friends. They want to take over the world.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck. As Biden says, good luck in your senior year.
Iran is developing a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, but it looks like a tinker toy and it's not going anywhere.
And that's not going to be an easy situation.
Pakistan already has one, stupid.
When they have it.
Yeah, Israel's just going to strike them before they get it into a launch position, and there you go.
North Korea's getting frisky, and I get along with him.
Frisky? Frisky. Let me just shake a box of cat food at him then, I guess.
Very well, but the current administration, his name, we have a lot of things to solve. Inflation's hitting new highs. You see that? They're hitting.
Yeah, but you're not in office. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't do it. You can't actually do anything about it. Not only did you not do anything about it while you were president, you can't fucking do it when you're running for president. You can make policy recommendations, in which case I would say, knock yourself the fuck out. Let's hear it, big boy. You know what? Right after you get done presenting your fucking healthcare plan to everybody, how about you tell us what the Fed should do? Just come on out and just say, the Fed should lower these interest rates this much, or it should raise them. Just say it. Yeah, it's just he's super nutty today. Yeah, just warning you. Thanks, Adam.
New highs. I should be out campaigning so we can turn the country around.
How?
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Are you having a testify?
Look at that lumbering walk, man. He's fucking done. I've been that kind of tired. I know what that feels like. But the difference is that when I'm that tired, I'm glad. I'm usually exhausted because it's something I was having fun doing, and I wish I didn't have to go to bed. So, but I need to because I'm going to get up and do it again tomorrow. Kind of like the show. You guys are wonderful, by the way. Chat room, thank you guys so much. I'm signing off. Thanks for sticking around for an extra long show tonight. Hit that like, subscribe, maybe think about becoming a Patreon subscriber. Patreon.com/HalSparks really helps out. It's what got us our hotspot. Thank you, patrons, for that. And that's going to be an ongoing bill for the show, but at least I'll be able to do the show and more reliably when I'm on the road. Next stop, laptop. I think I'm going to end up getting a PC one so I can back up the same way, have used the same software so everything kind of aligns and works. We hope. We'll see. Wish me luck. I'm trying to figure that part of it out now. But thank you guys so much. Take care of yourselves, and I'm going to go feed Chip. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Love you guys. Thank you so much. All right, hit that like. Come on. Let me see some emotes over there, Twitch people. Let me know that there are subscribers there. All right. Flappers is this Friday for our Patreon folks, and then the following week is Seattle. Good times. Why won't my credits roll?